잠깐의 일탈 정도는 허용 범위예요.
Alrighty, we are live. CC is fed. Don't let her gaslight me. And we are presented a choice. So look at that. A Mid-Spring Night's Dream 2. The following story contains spoilers for Intervallo V2. Intervallo 5-2, Nocturnal Sweeping. Do we watch it, chat? I have heard the children's stories and the legends from earlier today. Do we watch it now? Or do we delay? I think we might hold off. It'd be a shame to spoil, you know? Yeah, we'll be good for now. I think that's what we do. Because we can come back to it once this cycles around. Maybe. One more. There we go. So we can come back to this. For now,
잠깐의 햇빛을 쬐는 행위를.
let's go ahead and get this underway. LCB regular checkup. So this is Intervallo 5, right? Hell yeah. Okay, I got it right. No? What? Do I need to go watch it now? It said it had spoilers for Nocturnal Sweeping. Our content? You'll get the content. I'm just gonna make you wait, you know? First Intervallo. I thought it said it was spoilers for the second one, but yeah. Let's see here. That's a lot of something. Let's see here. In terms of roster,
언제든지요.
bring Hongmu. We'll put... I guess I don't need to put Ryoshu on the bench. I mean, I already have... I have everything of note, I guess. I've got the special effect versions of things. I don't need to buy these. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Besides, I still have, you know, mirror dungeons that'll be giving me stuff at weekly reset.
라만 차량들을
Let's
뒤엎는다.
run it. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. Damn imbeciles! What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Faust had attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decision. Let's go, Faust! Blame everybody else. I have to forcefully do mirror dungeons to boost my number? Ah, fair. Yeah, I'm right there at the edge. I'm literally like one battle pass XP off from max rank. Apologies. Yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would. I think this is a great show of teamwork. Thank you, Honglu. He's always so whimsical. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it! Why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi, your genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. Oh my god, Otis got Dawn killed! It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not, how befitting of a hero it is to perish in the place of her capitulation. Donkey! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I've had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, "You're doing it wrong," but I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. There should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. I'll only have to farm to 50 clears to get all achievements for the... Oh, for the mirror dungeon banner? Hell yeah. Hey, yo. Hello. The enemy has Wrath Resonance? Horrifying. Let's see here. Roja seems to be their fastest. We clash out. Oh no, they do actually have faster. Who are you going after? Heathcliff. Cool. He can clash for himself. See here, 5 speed. Going after Dawn. I'd send Dawn there, but this is also going after Dawn. I mean, Heathcliff has a fair chunk of health. We could let him eat the hit, maybe? Not a huge fan of that, but... with him here... Ishmael use her skill in order to get the what is it? The Blood Feast started. Sinclair clashes here. Have Honglu pick up that.
불길 속으로
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Okay, our enemies do have sanity as well, I just noticed.
꿰뚫려라.
Pecatulum invented. This must be the like Railway 4 Envy clones that we had seen or something. I concede I did not plan to make Ishmael take herself out, but jeez. Thank you, Hong Lu. Yeah, so these are all Liu Association. So that,
좋아.
alright, they're all targeting Hong Lu. Let's see here. We don't have Lust Resonance. I guess Heathcliff does have the funny back streets. Do that. Do have a Lust Res. Are they all Liu? Yeah, they're. Okay, we're actually just killing the Liu Association. Oh god, the enemy has an Ego Resources tab. That's horrifying. That implies that they're going to start throwing egos at me. I'm sick and get curious. Let's see here. Sinclair. Take out Greg. Honglu, clash for yourself. Dawn, we're looking at 18 to 57 damage. Send her and Ishmael together. Yeah, let's run out.
불길 속으로.
Honglu's fine. Damn. All tails, huh? Fair enough.
적을 마실 걸?
Huge back streets. Let's go.
움직이지 못하겠죠.
Luckily they're not super high level, because we're getting nice chunky boosts at the end.
그 오늘의
Alright, Sinclair kills despite his best efforts. We don't have a ton of hard blood yet. Let's see here, is this all the enemies? Seems like it. Hong Lu has dropped aggro. He's still being targeted by Ryoshi though. Oh, and she is in fact using Ego. Forest for the flames, huh? Fair enough. Alright, Dawn should be able to kill there.
갑니다.
Hong Lu will be fine. Don't worry about him, chat. He'll be fine. See, hardly even a scratch.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
Alright, let's see here. Dawn's at 9 hard blood. They don't have another Ego coming out yet, but they probably will try to next round.
적출할까?
엎드리도록.
다 죽어라.
Very nice.
나와!
That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Uh-huh. Thanks. Damn, really just hit her with that. Phew, got any snacks on? Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You'll maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Merceau for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's got to be more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Oh? What in the world did Greg do?
당연한 결과죠.
You
저는
wanted time off?
선택받았으니까.
No. We don't do that here.
그렇겠죠?
Regular health checkup. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Huh? What do you mean you can't? That's right, there's the creaking sound of time's ravages, Sink. Oof, I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine, even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Hong Lu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air in the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but, you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's, 'tis not to concern thyself with. Be not so... And of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot, that's my designated seat you're planting your arse in. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can... Sing. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him. And, right, now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chin wagging to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyway, am I the only one thinking it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Death match. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Yep. Absolutely, yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax. Get massages to loosen up our muscles some. Please? You still have expectations for our employers? Aha! I recall that young Merceau had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Merceau's physical therapy, that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius.
Yes, I knew this day would eventually come.
The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each center. What could it possibly be that it needs this much buildup? In other words,
It is time for Limbus Companies.
gulp, dramatic gulping noise.
Regular checkup.
Regular checkup?
We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup.
But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end.
They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence.
Checkup? What checkup?
Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations.
I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Oh no. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Coolio. You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular check.
Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rhodia. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics.
Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked. One of my colleagues, the only key to escape. Oh my god! What kind of checkup did she have to go through? What? The High Manager Supreme is decided by having everyone enter a bi-weekly trial by combat in what is known as the Blood Pit. Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion.
Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that...
What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have an annual health checkup back in school, too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prithee, wherefore do they seek the measure of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they'd test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other senators with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? By your parlance, true authority, could it be that you are questioning whom among us is our
leader.
But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstanding. Oh wait, Cece.
Sorry, chat. My cat's trying to hop up on my desk. You're a little heathen. The record player is no place for a kitty cat. I'm sorry. The turntable is for records, not Cece's.
I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt towards Executive Manager Dante's authority.
Okay.
But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail in the face of our enemies as a team, always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Silence fell upon us at Hong Lu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it, I'll give you one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Let's go! Everyone's squaring up. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? The excuse me. The regular checkups take place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Ooh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? Whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest. Yet mine heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles? You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Fie, I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or, an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on our untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain New Wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. A New Wing? Are they looking to take over L-Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor. But the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp.
W Corp.
Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity.
Newspapers also feature op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well.
I see. So they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme, perhaps, in the works, to ally with such ambitious parties as... Is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details.
Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it.
Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will.
Ah, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects, then?
Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or, in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There's been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisection.
What do you mean? Oh my god, we were cutting people into fives? 5 different realities, just scattering them out there. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like this research arrived while you were wasting time.
I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows, though?
How tiresome. Now, off the bus.
I'm sorry, so we just took the entire Limbus Company, threw them into the mystery battle bus. Just threw them into a van. We told Rodia there's candy inside. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is assistance from P Corp. In the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means in cohorts with young Cesara, are you? Oday! Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worry thee not, for thou hast availed us of the sights of the Limbus Company headquarters. I have been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but, as it would be fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here.
Phew. Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture.
The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters brought upon by the frequent transnest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say all that if you were going to explain it anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P-Corp? Oh boy, here we go again. P-Corp singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Mrs. Zara told you something about how the principle of P-Corp singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Right. La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's... how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments. How nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is commonly employed technology by the other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity, no matter what, its interior safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Zink, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate amongst kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Devyat Association employee makes a delivery to a house and looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up all night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about the scenario where...
There, come on. Sometimes a story is just a story.
Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Oh, great. We're traumatizing Sinclair all over again. Thank goodness, my Aunt Claire will have reduced sanity. Several regulations were added to Hana and Devyat Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers.
From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner.
Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point of this is we'll have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument, as I expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has the detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P-Corp and the aspirant W-Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest?
Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate.
Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle. The giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so?
Energies now linked are routing towards that gate.
When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through the HQ's front gate one day. Yeah, because let's see here. We've worked with Section A, CCB, and Section D. Hohenheim. That's a name I haven't heard in a bit. Oh, joy, a bunch of Pekatula. Looks like higher tier ones and some lower tier ones.
보고 요청 수신.
Hello. You seem to have nails sticking out of you, friend. Right. Are we waiting for something to happen? Or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, Chief Researcher of this company. To be precise, he's the Chief Researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the Chief Researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yisong and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research, after all. Ah, so you two are friends. While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. We found somebody that Faust doesn't like? Whoa. Ah, I am in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us the same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Sinners. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose you can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. Ayo! How odd. Their clothes are... Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Alyssa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? Well, there are partial similarities to their gears. Enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions. Successfully, I might add. While the news of the production of Ego Gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions in Pekatula, too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LCE department as well. Oi, Cece! Hey, quit scratching my boots! Leave my Roshanante alone. Alright, you know what? You seem like you need attention. They're trying to hop up on my record player, attacking my boots. Do you just need to snuggle? Here, we can read together. Faust closely observed the ego gear Hohenheim was wearing, like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish level of the ego extraction visible here, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. We're going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. Just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations. The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Caron. What the hell? Is this an ambush? Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of surprise attacks. So ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. We'll find a room somewhere where Caron and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Caron wants cake, too. Oh, hey. Got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. They get cake and tea and we get our asses kicked? An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Caron away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. Bunch of Wrath enemies. Okay. Yo, Hohenheim announcer? That's actually kind of badass. Let's see here. Give me a baseline. Neutral on Hong Lu is fine. Favorite on Ishmael is a little worrisome. She should be alright though.
적출할게요.
엎드리도록.
Let's see here. We have 3 waves. And it's probably a 10-turn condition. Let's see here. We'll send Sinclair's skill 1 into the 3 health, because that's about all it's good for. Let's see here. Have Faust clash here. She takes the counter hit. That's fine. She's fairly tanky. The other tanks clash here. Clashes here. You know what? I think Dawn can eat the counter. She'll be fine. She probably staggers him.
꿰뚫려라.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
Fast. Alright, now then, we need to nuke him down this round. I want to get everything done in like 3 turns roughly if I want to make it a 10 turn. Thank you, Heathcliff. Dawn doesn't have any Blood Feast yet. Let's see. We can ink over to generate some more bleed. Dawn gets Blood Feast by using that skill. Sinclair clashes here.
적출할게요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
흙을 마실걸?
Backstreet blast.
나와!
먹지. 이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞 따뜻한 피.
다 죽어라.
움직이지 못했죠.
완전히 녹아내렸네.
Alright, we actually got through that round super fast. Final wave. We don't have a ton of bleed for Blood Feast. Don't think Dawn's gonna get much out. This is the final wave, so let's just go big.
적출할게요.
그 오물에
Hell yeah. Clear. That. 1 damage shy, we'll throw Faust skill 1 into there. Take Hong Lu's skill 2 here.
갑니다.
I believe that Claire can kill.
다 죽어라.
Very nice. 1 health. Was expected. Was
흙을
expected.
마실걸?
That's why Faust finishes.
이 정도로 나와
We're fine,
겁을
we're fine.
맞듯.
적대
There we
세력을
go.
배제했습니다.
I knew it was going to be 1 health. Oh, and there was Hohenheim talking about can the sinners handle Peccatulum and Vinidae? We went through various tests, including commandability trials using Peccatulum and Invinidae. Hark, Manager Esquire! Hi-ho! I have attained a score most perfect! To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge, must I delve further in my studies? Hey, you saw her, bud. They were testing our fixer association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough fixer fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes. How strong they look. Oh yeah, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are, Merceau? You were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us?
They're conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities.
Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that'll help us support LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. What, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we got a long day ahead of us.
It's a great art. Taking a screenshot.
Got the whole height line up of the centers. Merceau is a fucking giant. Don is small.
Rhodey's really tall, too.
I think she's actually the second tallest.
Maybe she and Honglu are about even. She, Honglu, and Heathcliff.
They're very close, at least.
Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep.
To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock just for me, you know?
Turning the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Merceau can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid, should you request it.
Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now, don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground? Fine. And, can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins?
This one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool.
Let's go, Greg. Hell yeah. He doesn't smoke for the addiction, he smokes for the aesthetic. And what about bold? Let's scram. Okay, so the basic group tests are complete.
I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had established prior to beginning the tests in earnest. I need an assistant.
An assistant?
I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures.
You got two of them already, right behind you, if you need directions.
Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers.
Yes, of course.
There is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I'd like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup.
Rhodia suddenly raised her hand.
I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor.
Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibes, you know? I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rhodia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing?
I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless.
I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting.
Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. Wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smartasses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes.
If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who studiously facilitated the task of the class president, and
What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? You fellas actually want to be his assistant? Being in front and center of things is just bothersome, you know?
I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason.
Well, the decision has already been made. Do know that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired center.
Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add the experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters?
Didn't know you were still holding on to that, Hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the center I chose.
The hard music cut. Oh god, it's peak comedy. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absentmindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like...
It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better the candidate one makes for a research project participant.
But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research.
However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect description for our friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead.
Is that right? Respectfully, Heathcliff, he wants to see how you fuck it up and see if anything interesting happens. He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yi-san. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you?
It is but fate that things were once good in the eyes of mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past.
Yi-sang replied with a particularly downcast look.
I am glad to have you on board as my new assistant.
Righty-ho. So, what have I got to do now?
Nothing too complicated. You only need to deliberately express your free spirit, just as you are now.
Aha, so now I see what he's doing. Oh, and I'm sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. You don't want Heathcliff fucking up the rest of the proceedings.
당연한 결과죠. 저는
I see.
선택받았으니까. 그렇겠죠?
The assistant. Yo! He's dripped out of his mind! Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there, get in line, single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when did you wear glasses?
Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up the glasses helps to put on an air of studious, learned individual, like so.
Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I'm contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth.
Been a while since I heard a pig squeal.
Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? Huh, these actually pretty effective. Seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see, on a physical level, how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations of worries of all manners, idly abiding as though I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now, I have come to accept certain things as they are. Ooh. And I have come to sometimes allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason, floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay. I guess that is progression, of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger, too. The one who shall grip! Ooh. Look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger, too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year. Yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Hey, how's it going, Engine? Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to to the same general level as our 11th center here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it is quite the apt choice of words. Boy, take that back. I take it back. Not. So, you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sing. Is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody... Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the Golden Bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of a Golden Bow is a connection. You are now all fairly, evenly, and equally mediocre. Damn. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to Clyflat deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So the truth is finally revealed. That is why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we're also prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? That's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. It didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Oi! What's the use of all this chatter? What matters is we all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet, not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been a detriment to us. Yisong started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled on the placid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, It can be said that the diminishing effects was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bough. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at T-Corp Factory. Heh, won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So, what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. Is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spend some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored tests for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. We will utilize the Pekatula and the distortion phenomenon. Huh? That doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Hey, how's it going, Vittori? Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant. Alright, that's enough chatter. Now, get in there. Individual tests, huh? I don't have to do 12 stages, one with each center, do I? Meaningless Wrath. Clear the encounter with all allies at least 50% or more HP. Oh! Huh. I only have the One Who Shall Grip and K-Corp Class 3 exclusions. Oh no. I have a lot of not particularly leveled IDs. You can't do this to me.
투입합니다.
Let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you there. Inside, now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed towards Hong Lu and Sinclair. Hello. 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pekatula are entities that have failed to even distort. It seems like we'll be fighting the Pekatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods, so what's the hold up now? Use supports? Well, using supports, yes, that is a great idea. However, if they give me, like, Roja Gregor, they're both level 20 at best, and I can only support in one of them, you know? So it depends on how things fall. Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do? I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories, even from yesterday. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple-choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3, colleagues. Hong Lu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking.
Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners.
I know.
But the knowledge of something, and the acceptance of it, must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to Limbus Company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept the fact that if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know. And perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say is that this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse.
Faust, is he usually...
Yes, this is his usual demeanor.
Hello, I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you?
Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecatula projected onto the glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average.
All this material seems quite elementary to me. I'm not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts.
As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Pecatula, and as far as I am aware, the highest stage of Pecatula you observed was in stage 3, so far at least.
Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of so far at least at the end of thine words, good sir?
Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pecatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We'd prefer to not put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of mini Pecatula to be covered today is Pecatula Irae, red Pecatulum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned.
I see. They're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. Okay, yeah, it makes sense for Hong Lu, but for Sinclair, but is Hong Lu there for contrast? It makes sense for Sinclair to be wrathful, but Hong Lu in his base ego is gloom, pride, lust, right? So is he here for a control group? On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Hong Lu. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Hong Lu, my office hours. Consultations are open, dude. The realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Fuck. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. Wacky. Okay. Ooh, and I have a full dashboard right off the bat. That's nice. Let's get these low rolling blooms out of the way early. Get rid of these. Let's see here. Honglu, I'm going to generate a capsule early. Ooh, wait, we have burn on us? Boiling
지금
Wrath.
바빠요.
Every turn start, gain burn equal to the count. Are these guys applying count to us? They have direct burn. Okay, most likely then the burn is going to tick up all on its own. So
불길 속으로. 좋아.
let's see here. What other resources do I need for Honglu's ego? If it's lust, I think I'm... Or no, I'm not SOL. I have everything but envy between these two centers.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
Because he's got Pride, Gluttony, Sloth, and then we have Gloom, Wrath, Lust. Let's see here. 5 Gloom, 1 Lust. Okay, that's very Gloom heavy.
적출할게요. 완전히 녹아내렸네. 그 온도를 다 죽어라. 다 죽어라.
Sinclair's sanity actually seems to be maintaining surprisingly well. I was worried that I might be tanking him. I don't even have support passives here. Also, 2 health. Damn it. Okay.
적출할게요. 완전히
There we go.
녹아내렸네.
Alright. Let's see here. They have counters. We still are at base Boiling Wrath. Inflict Wrath Fragility. Weak Resist Damage Boost. Weak Resist Damage Boost. Boost the damage of attacks against weak resistances by a % based on count.
지금은 바빠요. 지금은 바빠요. 아, 바빠.
Ah, I see.
특별히
That's why
들어드릴게요.
these two are picked, is because they're both fatal to Wrath. And I don't have any alternate egos for them. Give me a win rate. We're really throwing glooms, huh?
불길
Fuck it.
속으로.
I could use the resources. Again, I can't heal Sinclair. I can only heal him. So maybe I shouldn't have... Wait, my EX condition isn't even turns. It's health. I'm stupid. I'm gonna reset. I'm stupid. I shouldn't have win rated. Shame on me. Chat, I may be dumb.
어째서? 투입합니다.
I may be just a little silly. Health is my only concern. I have as many turns as I want to make it through this. But win rate master ace, I know. I've had quite the character development myself, going from a win rate warrior to actually trying.
적출할게요. 좋아. 다시 복구하기 힘들걸요?
Let's see here. Potential 50, but we're pretty sane, unfortunately. So we throw 2.
불길 속으로. 에잇! 자! 다 죽어라. 흑! 완전히 녹아내렸네. 완전히 녹아내렸네.
Let's see. Struggling. Do I really want Sinclair tanking these counter hits? If I send Hong Lu in first on all 3 attack slots, assuming he hits, he's eating the counters. Do a Land of Illusion.
적출할게요. 환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠. 하! 에잇! 자! 그 오물을 떼어내주지! 그 오물을
Better.
떼어내주지!
Much better.
다 죽어라.
Gain burn equal to the count. To the turn count. Okay, so that's my incentive to go faster. Understood.
불길 속으로 완전히 녹아내렸네. 다 죽어라.
It's just eventually going to tick me down. Let's see here. If the target has 5 burn plus 2 coin power. If the target has 6 burn, reuse the skill 2 times max. Well, luckily we don't have 6 burn yet. We're gonna let the teal in unopposed, fling the red here.
적출할게요.
Ouch.
그 오물을 떼어내주지. 에잇! 자! 하!
Staggered and just full send damage.
자! 다 죽어라.
Alright, that wasn't bad.
당연한 결과죠. 저는 선택받았으니까. 그렇겠죠?
Directionless Sloth. A new enemy I haven't seen yet. Defeat the Pekatula within the turn limit. Oh, this one actually has a set turn limit. Okay. Let's see here. Ah, this is what I was afraid of, chat. 2 units that I don't necessarily have. Alright. Well, chat, I think it's time to Gamba. It's Gamba time. I have gotten a couple of things because I picked up the premium pass. I sacrificed $25 to Kim Ji-hoon, and it gave me this, and it might give us a Greg. So let's gamba. Let's see what we get. Few 2-stars and our guaranteed 3.
의뢰하신 생존자는 무사히 데려올 테니까
Hello, Zwei Sinclair.
손가락은
Okay.
주워주시겠어요?
금일린 토비는 여기까지 받겠습니다. 자세한 것은 서부 싱크협회 공복으로.
Camille Sinclair, or not Sinclair, Camille Merceau. Hell yeah. Alright. So, we have a Merceau now. Question is, do I want to run that Merceau immediately? So I also do have Rhino. I can boost the level of one of them. He's got Poise, Poise Count, Rupture. Okay. Rupture team in the making? Yeah. I also got, you know, Bunny Otis. I still don't have Bunny Ryoshu. I'm so sad. I have 87 pulls on this damn banner. No Ricardo, no Ryoshu. But who knows? You know, maybe it's the one, chat. If I just... if I just drop the 10 roll, this is the one, you know? It'll take me up to 97, and at a 1.3% drop rate, means it's guaranteed, you know? Believe? Oh, what the hell. Why not? We'll do it. Chat. We got a 3-star, holy shit. Wait a minute.
아직 정해진 시기가 되지
Oh,
않았어. 이
Chat!
탑 정도는 끝까지 태워도
the odds. Always believe. Yeah, no kidding. Now I just got to do 3 single pulls to get Ricardo, right? Because he's a 1.3% drop rate. Okay, so maybe I actually do have a Rupture team. I just use these little tickets and I get up to 100 pulls. I'm guaranteed to get Ricardo, right, chat? That's how it works? Oh, why not? I'll reach an even 100. Boom. Again. Boom. Nothing. Last one. 100th pull. The Ricardo. Nope. Fair enough. Alright. I guess I could be crazy. And beef up the Sync Association. Mercer. I was kind of debating between him or 4th Pack Rhino. Because Rhino has bleed, which, you know, is nice. He provides bleed count, specifically. So I was thinking I might combine that with the Yearning Mirkala that I got. Oh yeah, also, lest I forget, let's just go and assemble one module. Completing my Season Pass mission. Oops, I already had it. And...
본인도 이 녹음을 정말 해보고 싶었는데 잘 됐군. 새로운 마음가짐으로 임무에 임하겠네. 그저 하염없이 모든 피를 먹음. 그래, 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Hell yeah. Pionada. Let's see here. I'll keep the one with the marker. And we'll put Don Quixote there. Hell yeah, dude.
취미라는 걸
Okay, so... I do have a bit of a rupture team in the making, eh? Because I already have the Talisman Sinclair. Also, yes, I uptied but did not level Mariachi. I was using him when I was attempting solo runs. Alright, yeah. We'll beef up the Merceau, and then we'll bring in, like, a support Greg. $43? I mean, it's definitely better than it was. And then we can have a support Gregor jump in. Edit team support. What do we have? We got some priests of La Mancha land. We've got Edgar family heir, Fire Fist, Kurikumo. Are you poise? You're bleed. Okay. Fire Fist, burn. Bleed and bleeding self. Sinking. Fair enough. So we're gonna have. Let's see here. Should I change my support, Gregor? Oh, you're fine. I'll just grab. Boom. Oh, there we go. I tried to randomly click, but I somehow managed to click in the gaps. We have selected Priest Greg. Yeah, sure. We'll go to run. We will have absolutely zero synergy. We will have a defense level up tank, a
준비되어 있습니다.
a poise rupture,
내일외로군
and a bleed tank. What could go wrong, chat?
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
I said there was a set turn limit I saw. Next up, you three, let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting on the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss the Pecatulum pigrite, sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. I'm just some lazy, incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about you being incompetent. I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Trudging alone into the danger position. Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. I admit, I was not expecting to get the Merceau.
집중 중이다.
What's interesting is he's not sloth fatal.
다른 구역도 문제인가요?
Neither is
점검은
Faust.
나중으로 하지.
Greg is, though.
지금은 그럴 여유가 없고.
Then again, this is Ledger instead of Suddenly One Day. Let's see, give me a baseline. I'm not used to these units. Defeat the Pecatulum within 9 turns. Okay, so I've got 3 rounds on each wave, and I'm gonna probably want more on later waves.
딱
움직이지 못하겠죠.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않아.
Holy damage. Okay. Ledger main paralyzed spam. Sometimes good in Mirror Dungeon too. Such a good time in Mirror Dungeon. Gotcha. Thank you, Greg, for murdering them. Let's see here. Greg has aggro. What skills do I have? I have a pride and a gluttony. And if I was smart and uptied, I would have a gloom. Gotcha. I didn't uptie though. 17, 29. Potential 30. In theory, Merceau and Greg get the kill. We have Greg clash. Or we send Faust to clash to let the rest go unopposed.
죄인인가?
1 health, Merceau, please.
영원히 잠들어.
Well, so much for my my statements of let's get this done as fast as possible to have more turns for later rounds with harder enemies. Let's see, give me a baseline. We don't have any egos available. Part of that is because we haven't been generating gloom a lot for, say, fluid sac AoE damage. Why are we not throwing this? It's dominating. And it generates resources I need.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Unfortunately, it seems like Faust is kind of the main resource generator for this setup. Ooh, damn. Fair enough. This one I might have to come back to get the EX condition. Might not have the levels and stuff in the upties for it. Yeah, it'll be fine. Oh, fuck. Hush my mouth, I guess. Damn, Greg. I definitely want to get Merceau leveled, though. If I want to actually get this.
보호합니다.
또한 용서할 테니.
좋은 결투였다.
보호합니다.
좋은 결투였다.
Round 8, 1 enemy. I don't think I have what it takes to 2-round them, unfortunately. Don't have a fluid sac loaded. I don't have any egos for the others. Needs envy. I'm only 1 shy, actually, on this. I would just need to throw out a purple from Faust. A lot of these, I don't think I have any yellow gen. Give me a baseline. Stupid. Okay, let's see here. Greg's not fast enough to clash from Merceau. We're tied on speeds.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
This thing is very damage resistant. 25, huh? Okay, there's something I missed, clearly. Slash is ineffective. That certainly won't help. Let's see here. It's Fatal to Gloom. It's Endurant to Lust. That definitely didn't help. And all damage types are ineffective on it. Okay. So it definitely seemed like we want to stack bleed.
상담은 나중으로
Stack
하지.
bleed on them? somehow?
지금은 그럴
Combat
여유가
start, it's just a guard. So yeah, so self heal. Inflict bleed rupture. Inflict bleed count with suffocating guilt. Don't think I'm getting 396 damage this round, unfortunately. It has one part, so Fluid Sac does not get a multi-hit here. Give me a baseline. Greg goes neutral, huh? A little spooky. You can let Yearning Miracala go through unopposed. Let's do that. It'll be my first time seeing this ego. I haven't had a chance to use it yet, because I don't run Merceaus, typically.
피로부터 피어오르는 아름다운 꽃이
Maybe I saw this on a support Merceau once?
그대를 취하리.
Wow, that's a lot of zeros. Damn! 4 damage? Okay. Clearly, damage over time, or some sort of status, I guess I should say, is intended to kill this thing. Let's see here. We have Tremor. It's inflicting Tremor. On hit, trigger Tremor burst. Okay. So we definitely want to avoid getting hit. Give me a baseline. Neutrals are a little spooky. Faust has a Lust coming down, skill 2 pipeline, but for now... I don't know how it did 4 damage, to be fair. Half damage from this, and then 20% less damage from this. Oops. I swear Greg's done more damage to himself than to the boss. 25 bleed. My goodness. Oh my god. I'm doing single damages. Can't even break his shield. Okay, chat. We might need to go back to the drawing board, Kupo. We may need to go get some dot damage. You know? We're a little overdrawn on time. I mean, I could go offset the shield. Oh, he's gaining 3 protection. That certainly doesn't work. Let's see here. One-sided guard. Who's it on? Greg. That'll help a bit. Prevent the shield on the prod. 7s and 9s. I mean, it's up from 4, that's for sure. 10 damage. It's up from 4. It's more than double the damage, chat. Oh. Critical 1s. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Merceau's dead! Wait a minute! Merceau is dead! Holy shit. Okay. Back to the drawing board. My tactic did not work. You're actually doing more damage with the rupture when attacking him? Yeah, no kidding. So losing my source of rupture definitely wasn't great. Yeah, damn. That sloth, Pekatuum, is wild tanky. Let's see here. In terms of dot, I could maybe go for a Fire Fist Greg, because that gets us burn And that just gets us some set damage. I still don't think we'll meet the time constraint. I think the best way to meet the time constraint would be bleed. But I'm not sure what all bleed we have. I guess I have like a... Well... I guess I know who I probably should have leveled, eh, chat? If only I had some bleed among these particular centers. Damn it. Could do Rupture, could get like a... this Rose Spanner is under-leveled, but just go for like a Rupture setup, maybe? Could get like a Rupture Faust. She also funds Fluid Sac, right? With her defense. We need someone else to really generate the Lust. But the Lust is only like 2. Inflict 3 Rupture. Clash Wind, 3 Rupture count. Want me to change the Gregor to my Rose Spanner? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Because I'm thinking I might sub in the Faust. Because admittedly, my Faust is not going to be doing a ton of damage. Yeah. If you'd be so kind as to go ahead and put in a Rose Spanner Gregor. We'll go ogle the centers for a little bit. Let's see here. Ego. Yearning Miracala. Let's put that on Dawn. Ryoshu. Blinoi. Let's see here. I think since I have a bunch of shards, I'm gonna go ahead and use some of them.
구태여 만들진 않지만
I do want to get the Blood Fiends if I'm able to. So let's see here. We have 111 Rogia shards, which means we theoretically get it in, what would it be, like 97 boxes? For Rogia. We're up to 298, which means we need 102, which is theoretically, what? Let's see here, 30 boxes would be 90 potential. We'll go like 40 boxes. 82. We just need 20, which would be the average roll among 10 boxes. There we go. 400 Rogia shards. Dispense. Princess. Yes, please.
라마 챌린지에 카니발에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 끝없는 퍼레이드를 함께 해주시겠나요?
Hell yeah, dude. You have a level 50 Uptype 4 Rose Spanner now. Hell yeah, thank you very much. We'll see if it needs a moment to update. Yeah, because it seems like we could maybe pull together a... Let's see here. Rose Spanner Workshop. There he is. Thank you very much. Let's see here. So we have Faust, who is not doing much aside from fueling egos. I might need to do an XP Luxcavation, frankly, just to get a bit more XP from Urso. Well, I also have this. It feels like a bit of a waste to use it for just this, though. Wait, it has Bygone? Confused. Ledgermane, Bygone Days, Solemn Lament, Garden of Thorns, what I see. Just know that whatever you have set up on your company is different than your personal setup in your own center roster. I know I've had to correct myself a couple of times. Didn't change the ego. It should be fine. What could go wrong? Hey, what's up, Vibe? We are getting skill checked by the wall. I'm gonna exit out of Drive real quick. And heck, I'll set up my own company real quick. Let's put in the funny Merso. Ooh. There we go. The wall, do you need help? I think I've got it figured out. We're doing this, and if I was smarter, and I had gone for the more meta option, I should have leveled my one who grips Faust. But I've got Zwei. We just pulled this sink. That one, yeah. We could definitely kill him, but if you need help, just ask. I have a solution. We're trying out a rupture setup real quick. Well, a pseudo rupture setup real quick. With a Greg and Sync association. Actually, let's uptie him real quick so that way he has his proper skills. Uptie. And
잠시 지금부터 결투의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다. 인터뷰는 그 후에.
there we go. Might help if I have all my skills on the board. A detailed answer to that question can be found on page 35 of Sync Association's official promotion booklet. Okay. While I can verbally relay that information to you, consider that you are making use of your own precious time to conduct this interview. It is recommended that you ask questions that cannot be answered by external means. Why won't you just give me a straight answer so I can move on to the next question? So thought the interviewer as she bit her tongue to hold back that very question. She smiled awkwardly, tightly gripping onto her poor microphone. Anyone who has even a passing interest in the Sync, actually, would tell her that it's just his style. And the interviewer thought she knew what to expect from him, interviewing someone like him. But nothing could prepare her for just how intense he was. I wish he was just playing things up for show, but that confidence in his eyes, he totally believes in everything he's saying. She scribbled on her notepad. The interviewer began to rack her brain for questions she could use to redirect this into a normal interview. Let's move on to the next question. I've heard that you often broadcast or live stream yourself during work, Merso. That is a true statement, yes. Right, and I've watched a few edits of your streams before. It would be preferable to re-watch the recording of my broadcast instead of the edits. I have watched several stream compilations of my broadcast and determined that the various visual effects and exaggerated edits make it difficult to observe the form and the movement, both of which are paramount important. Do you mean to tell me that in-universe people are doing MLG edits of Camille? I'd believe it, yeah. I see. This interviewer was infamous in the North for annoying her interviewees. In other, slightly more crass words, she was a chatterbox. She knew her own reputation and was willing to run with it if it meant she could get an even better interview out of her subjects, but he's like the Germa of Project Moon. This guy's way worse than I am. The conflicted writing in her notepad was starting to slant from sheer pressure. Anyways, I wanted to ask, what got you into the world of live streaming? That is a question that has been answered numerous times during my broadcast. Yes, however, this particular recording is for viewers who are not necessarily familiar with the Sync or you, Merso. I see. I did not think of that. My apologies. The child bowed politely and began. It began with the need for anonymous critiques of my form. For reasons that I am unaware of, my colleagues within the association seemed unwilling to make honest criticisms of me. Interviewer had a good idea why, but she did not show it. Instead, she grinned politely and held the microphone closer. As expected, critiques from anonymous sources have been very beneficial to my improvement of my skills. Incidental benefits of this practice were... this is quite the timely opportunity. The child stopped and looked to the side. Sync Association, West Section 3, Merso. Didn't expect to see you this far up north. Excuse me, what's going on? I mentioned in passing in one of my broadcasts that I am going on an expedition in the northern regions. Thereafter, I received several simultaneous challenges to a duel. I made an appointment with all of them, scheduled to occur at the same time for the sake of efficiency. However, it seems that I've underestimated the duration of this interview. Same here. Didn't think it'd go on for this long. It may be wise to stop the recording for a moment. If you would like to analyze my form, then I refer you to my currently live broadcast.
the following scene may be too violent for a majority of your viewers, as you have stated earlier. With that, the child unsheathed his sword and raised it vertically in front of his eyes. I believe the Ophi Association has already notarized this activity. Yeah, this won't be a duel to the death. The one who allows the other's blade to touch their body first be the loser. Very wise. Well, a moment of silence, then a gust of wind blast the field. Then it was all over. The 5 challengers, who had been holding their swords just a moment ago, found their weapons clattering to the ground in the blink of an eye. Then blood, like bright red, suddenly spurted from various parts of their bodies. The first challenger, the wrist; the second, the thigh; the third, the torso. He had struck each of them in their vitals, or to be more precise, at spots that were approximately a centimeter away from being fatal. I knew that the Western Sync specialized in focused attacks against their opponent's weaknesses. This is something else. Dude, that timing was great. I'm in a mirror dungeon right now, and To Claim Their Bones battle theme came on as Merceau locked in. Hell yeah, dude. It may be difficult for first-time viewers to follow my movement. Viewers who would prefer to review the video may rewatch the stream at a slower speed. The child muttered on as he wiped the blood off his sword, but the interviewer was barely listening. Or perhaps she realized that there was no need for her to listen anymore. This interviewer had already gotten her time's worth by watching that impressive duel in person. It would make for a hell of an article. Hell yeah. Funny streamer Merceau. And let's give it a try. Merceau is still underleveled, but in theory, Rose Banner Greg for some extra rupture should allow us to chunk through the rock in a more timely fashion.
해오던 대로
Let's give it a go.
방송을 켜겠다.
Bonk. Okay, let's see here. Dominating, awesome. I'll give it to him.
집중 중이다.
If this unit's speed is faster than the target's by 2 or more, gain 1 coin power. On use, if the target has 15, we're not getting that. The target has focus attacked Merceau, gain an additional 5 poise. What is my setup skill for focus attack Merceau? First one? Defense? Ooh, actually, wait a minute. I'm just now reading. He doesn't hurt the count. That's actually crazy. Okay, but how do I set up your mark? Focus encounters only. It must be coming out of his passive. Let's take a look here. Dual live stream. 2 Pride, 2 Gluttony. Gain 1 haste next turn for every 3 poise potency on self. On hit with basic attack skills, inflict. Okay, next turn. Gregor ADDE will help you set the stack. Gotcha.
점검할 거라도 생긴 거야?
Inflict 10 spark discharge. Before attack gains 7 charge. Inflict spark discharge. When hit, the attacker gains 1 charge. When hit with a gloom attack, gain 1 rupture count, then reduce the count by 1. Gotcha. So I use AEDD. Set up this, and then Gloom skill into them. All these characters have Gloom skills. So I think we might try to save some Gloom skills into 3rd phase. If we can. Merceau has a dominating matchup. We give it to him. Let's see here. In terms of playing Greg,
점검할 거라도 생긴 거야?
gaining charge. Spin up to 4 charge count on skill 3. Okay, so both of these are building up. If the target has 5 tremor count, inflict 3 rupture. Gotcha. So use the skill 2, set up tremor. Skill 1 to build up the rupture.
and then skill 3 to really pop it. Gotcha. And then Faust.
아딱.
His poise gain is good. His rupture count sucks. Yeah, for the Merceau. Yeah. But if you... I'm willing to bet if you put him with a dedicated rupture team, say, I don't know, the new bunnies that came out, I think they would be able to set up a count for him, and then he can just do his thing into it. It's 3 count?
점검할 거.
집중 중이다.
Has 15 plus rupture and 3 plus count. Okay, that's quite the conditional. The dedicated rupture team, he's one of the best IDs. I could see it, yeah. The ability to not murder your stack is really nice. That's part of what put me off from playing rupture, was like, oh man, I have to like do all this balancing act to make sure I don't hurt my stack too much. We'll send Faust into this.
시동 걸어볼까?
And naturally I should have put her patrolling into his first one.
할만하네.
Okay, Faust can clash there. She kills that one.
보호합니다.
좋은 결투였다.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다. 적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
There we go. The new rabbits almost saved Rupture. I mean, they look kind of nutty, I can't deny. I've got Otis, but I've mostly just had her sitting on the bench to farm event points. Which is what I forgot to do with Ryoshu before I started this fight. Oh well, it'll be fine. I've got everything I want out of the event anyway.
시동 걸어볼까? 그렇지.
Let's see here, we have 2 blocks coming out from them. Give him a better matchup because he's the low level. Gain 3 protection. We can have Faust do an offset.
시동 걸어볼까?
다시 결투는 끝나지
Gregor should reach that 15-3 easy if you can hit skill 3 clearing all conditionals. Gotcha. Yeah, these enemies are not tanky enough, I don't think, to really get all the way stacked up. Deals more damage to his focused Merceau. Let's see here. Saving that column. Yep.
다른 구역도 문제인가요?
Neutral.
어,
Let's check my conditions.
점검할 거라도 생긴 거야?
Target has 5 plus trimmer count. Gotcha. So I want to hit them with 3 grease chains. So I guess I want to start saving a couple of
점검할
purples.
거라도 생긴 거야?
Okay.
시동 걸어볼까?
Unlucky.
승부처다.
That was spicy.
움직이지 못하겠죠.
Faust kills. Surely. I'm paranoid. I'm not sure Faust kills.
시동 걸어볼까?
세력을 배제했습니다.
할만하네. 어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네.
Alright, now I gotta get a 2-round kill. I don't think that's happening. Let's see here. Faust, offset the block. The target has trimmer, base power +2.
집중 중이다.
Alright. Let's grease up some chains if we can. Something like this.
시동 걸어볼까? 자, 버텨보라고. 딱 죽을 만큼 튀겨질 테니까.
Okay, that was a pretty sick animation. Damn. Fair enough. Nothing but heads. Oof. Let's see here. We got more high stack purples from Faust. So we have our offset. Now we need to hit with gloom skills to make use of spark discharge.
점검할 거라도 생긴 거야?
Look at it go. This. Or we could drop Fluid Sac for another Gloom skill. Might be a bit excessive. We'll see.
보호합니다.
Greg could use the extra sample. We got full absolute resonance Gloom. Why not?
승부처다. 승부처다.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
그렇지. 그렇지.
Okay, so I do need to have Tremor on them to consume for the extra count on Greg. Fair enough.
점검할 거라도 생긴 거야?
Trigger Tremor Burst, spend up to 4 charge. Okay, so I need more charge on Greg. Is what it was. Either way, we got it to half health decently, but we're over our turn count. So, fair enough. We're experimenting. Not a comp I would typically run.
I believe in Greg. Well, fair enough. Ouch.
점검할 거라도 생긴 거야?
Let's see here. One offset. Faust. Where's Merceau's mark? There it is.
보고합니다.
그렇지.
Damn. Nothing but heads. Fair enough. That rising sloth is brutal. Let's see here. I think we just full send, maybe? We are fast. I think we get the stagger, at the very least. Let's see. I didn't offset the guard. I am a fool. I think we might have him anyway, though.
적대 세력을
Thank goodness.
배제했습니다.
Alright, 2 rounds over what we were supposed to be, I believe. I think that was turn 11. Fair enough.
평소와 같은 일과였습니다. 잠깐의 위기.
And the
결과적인
under-leveled Merceau was
볼거리가
half
적어진
my
점은
damage?
익명의 시청자들에게 다소 안타까운 일이겠습니다만
Fair enough. Alright, yeah, respect. Sinking on purpose. Heathcliff, Rodia, Otis. Okay, well, let's go make a good Rodia real quick, and then I can borrow in an Otis. So, Princess of La Mancha Land. I am a silly goober, and I have this funny ticket. And then we uptie.
오늘 밤의 퍼레이드는 조금 다를 거야. 진짜 카니발의 시작이니까.
Funny ticket, yep. Yeah, I forgot to use it on Merceau, and then it feels like it's a bit of a waste when I could just do like 3 or 4 XP excavations. We were happy at first. Father spent his days twaddling about silly things like dreams, but I suppose he had his own charming mirth. But it was a good life, if the worst thing I had to do was placidly indulge his stories. My memories of the years I lived as a human have all but disappeared, but at least this life had to be better than whatever that was. Maybe that's why I agreed to become his kindred. Or maybe I was seduced by the promise that my beauty could be made to last for all eternity. I began to understand my father only when I began to create my own kindreds, my children, when they began to grow in number. I understood that father wanted us to be happy. He wanted us to be free from the crippling loneliness, for he was the first to suffer it. Or so I thought. Until some traveler visited our castle and deluded my father with that sickening manipulation that his dream could somehow be realized even in the waking world. Sancho, father, was always trying to bring us two closer, as if we were sisters. Perhaps it was fortune that neither of us was the friendly type. We both like to put up a wall between us and the rest of the world, so naturally, we distance ourselves from each other as well. I had a degree of faith in her, however, her strength, her abilities, and her more down-to-earth perspective on life that heavily contrasted our father's wild imaginations. Sancho never had children of her own. She always seemed at least neutral when it came to looking after my kindreds. And it is that odd distance between us that brought this plan to fruition. Though we were both second kindreds, I could let her take care of our family, to look after my children and their kindreds while I devised this plan. Eventually, our father's sanity was completely broken. He destroyed our castle and built a bizarre amusement park in its place, rambling a plan that seemed to have come straight out of a madman's dream that we could coexist with humans. But we must live begging for stagnant blood in packs when veins pulsating with hotly flowing blood walked right past us. That we must subsist on that thing more flavorless than even pastel paste. That all of his kindreds must live trapped in a fate worse than that of a blood bag, all for the future in which blood fiends and humans may coexist in harmony. His eyes gleamed with the conviction that to dream he could endure even the yearning for blood. Yet, desire is not something that can be so easily overcome. It has broken my undying loyalty. This hunger coerced me to think of committing the inconceivable crime of filial impiety. No, it may just be that I do not have the strength to pursue the dream as he does. There was a peddler, a merchant of odds and ends, who'd always come to visit us at the amusement park. Our father is tragically naive and innocent. Every time the merchant brought him false relics, he'd get swindled into buying every single one of them. But the peddler didn't just carry counterfeits. Sometimes Sancho and I would go behind our father's backs to threaten the peddler, and we would be presented with an authentic relic the very next day. So, one day, another day of suffering through the hunger, I thought to ask the peddler about this rumored relic. Say, do you know about the legendary Helm of Mambrino that brings the wearer to equal grounds with all those around them? That little tomb raider could not have possibly imagined what we were planning to do with the artifact. Of course not. Just as we could never gain an understanding of humans, just as we could never be one of them, no matter how long our lives may be, they won't ever understand us. Gregor, that child, he claimed that wasn't true, that humans were really starting to see us in a new light, but I saw it all from the apex upon which I stood. Humans looking up at me in the parade, their faces brilliant with happy smiles, and blood fiends who shuffled among humans with their eyes lost and wavering with hunger. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter whether humans saw us in a different light or not. What matters is that I and my children are going hungry. Besides, Sancho agreed with me. We couldn't just sit there and watch that human corrupt our father with that silver tongue. Finally, the preparations for the carnival are complete. Now I leave this endlessly whirling yet stagnant, self-devouring parade and announce the beginning of a true feast of blood. Oh, it's going to be so beautiful. Hi, pretty lady. Hi, Rhodia. We love Rhodia. We love pretty lady. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's see, if I was to uptie 4... unused coin power for every 6 bleed on the target. Extra bleed, or coin power from bleed. Cool. But I get the vast majority of the kit. Yeah, it looks like it's just adding the conditional and upping a rupture and bleed count on the Ascendant version. Okay. If the ally is a blood fiend, reduce their bleed count by 2 more, so extra cleansing for Priest Greg and a higher base for the counter. When another ally takes bleed damage or consumes Blood Feast, this unit gains a Blooming Thorn. That would be really tempting. At max HP, heal one ally the lowest HP percentage by excess healing. Ah, my resources. This is what I get for taking multiple IDs to uptie 3. I could probably just brute force the shards with boxes, but I'd rather buy new IDs for the time being. It will serve for now. Let's see here. Regular checkup. Sinking on purpose. The There's a new enemy I haven't seen before. We got our Kuro Heath. We got Princess of La Mancha Land.
그러든가.
And I need a support bonus. Let's see here. We got Magic Bullet, Wrath and Prides, Barber, who has Gluttony, Wrath, and Lust, so I could get Lust chains going for Heathcliff. Better Benoy. Muller Office. Let's see here. I think we're gonna go for 2 Blood Fiends and a Kurakumo. I think we'll try that.
나를 불렀나?
Also, I need to put my ego onto Rogia. There we go. Now we have Hex now. To battle.
카니발 타임.
Next up is Goulet. Gluttony. Wait, Gluttony? Am I stupid? Shit. Okay, Gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute. What's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pecatulum? Why don't we lump them together like we've paired up sinners?" Running low on patience already. Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. Standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pecatula one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why did we fight? Or why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin for error may grow by 0.006% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed to... Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This very carelessness is why I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed. It is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's bootlicker. Immediate turnaround on your morals. Very well, then allow me to explain Pecatula morositasis, gloom, as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ooh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure that you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's all ready to go now. In you go. You too, Assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Hold on, it's stormy outside. I want to go get a bed. Oh, I'm horrified. Alright, let's see here. Turn start, gain 1 HP heal boost every 2 turns, max 5. Turn start, gain 1 damage up and 1 clash power up for every 10 HP healed. Okay, so I want to burst those guys down fast. Turn end. At 1 stack, inflict damage equal to this unit's current HP against the enemy with the least HP, then die. Okay, so nuke down the greens before they have a chance to scale, and then deal with the blue. I mean, we still want to clash out. Alright, let's take a look at Barber Otis. I haven't played this unit. On hit with a skill, heal 10% of HP damage. Cool. Consume Blood Feast. This unit failed to consume Blood Feast, get bled. Inflict bleed. If the target has sewing target, inflict bleed count. Okay. Kill 20%. If they have sewing target. Let's see here. Is this our thing to set sewing target? Consume 10 scissor blades for every attack weight gained. The target is sewing target, additionally increase. Okay, so from the passive again. In a clash against sewing target, how do we set sewing target? Defense? If the target has sewing target. If the target has sewing target. Ah, here it is. Okay, skill 2, inflict sewing target. Gotcha. Can I only have one sewing target?
가면 꿰매끈이 떨어졌나?
Maximum value 1, turn in reduced by 1. It seems like I could set up multiple sewing targets. So I set up now.
퍼레이드
Princess
중에는
Rhodia, I have
말 걸지 않는 게
a rough
좋겠지.
idea how to play.
퍼레이드
Do I want to use my
중에는
counter
말 걸지
immediate?
않는 게 좋겠지.
Let's see here. Festive Fever. Highest resonance allies apply 5 blooming thorn. Okay. Deal extra damage for blood feast consumed. After attack, consume all blooming thorn on self. Okay. So maybe I don't want to do this one. Oh gee, this fight I hated it. Ugh. The previous sloth one, I had to do a do-over on because I just got walled by all of its protection and stuff. Let's see here. So if I want to build up blooming thorn, this is not the way to do it. I mean, I don't have any yet, though.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게
So we
좋겠지.
could use it to set up. Inflict rupture and bleed count. Okay.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는
So
게
good.
좋겠지.
Boom.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지.
Let's see here. Heathcliff. Go here, here. That sets up back streets. There are people out there busting it down in the rain with music. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
고귀하게.
실밥이 터졌나? 실밥이 터졌나?
Alright, there seems to have been some sort of conditional I was missing to get the third point. Because I think there was a third point on that. Just finished the newest Intervallo and it was pain. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see, they're all staggered. R.I.P. Heathcliff. Defeat the enemies before they self-destruct. Gotcha. Let's see here.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게
Third
좋겠지.
coin. Was it because I lost a clash or something? Not entirely sure how I get to that coin. Maybe it's because I lost a clash. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, I need to gain blooming thorns. So I need to eat up some blood feast. 12 to 45.
고귀하게. 예쁘네. 네 피분수. 예쁘네. 네 피분수.
Alright, we have an evade. We have bigger guys. Alright, these ones are still going to detonate, aren't they? Kill 10% HP from passive skills and coin effects. Okay, but they haven't healed any yet. Gain 1 damage up and 1 clash power for every 10 HP healed. Okay. Gotcha. So their buff doesn't matter so long as I win clashes, essentially. So we're just not going to fling into this counter. We're going to go after everything else. We're going to try and nuke down the gloom first, I think. Let's see here.
가면 꿰매끈이 떨어졌나?
Barber's too slow to offset. Heathcliff will have to do it. And we don't have sewing target from skill 2. Automod stole my message. Let's take a look here. I got you. I'll let it through. Just this once.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I do like that they're mixing up the EX conditionals. Just don't let any enemies self-destruct and all that. Okay, we have Hardblood Thorn. Otis is a resonance. Gotcha. Heathcliff is also a resonance. Roja is fast enough that we could do a power counter. She only has 2 coins.
잠깐 숨 좀 돌리자.
That's Heathcliff.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지.
Am I stupid? I've been looking at skill 3 this whole time. Like, oh man, why is my defense only skill 3? I'm stupid, chat. I may be dumb. It's 2 coins. Which means it doesn't actually consume Blooming Blood. It is a losable clash for her, which is a little worrisome. That one she's guaranteed to win.
뭐 저지야!
Uh-oh. A little spicy.
이 피었잖아! 자! 다음 놈 나와!
기대라.
Okay. 2 HP on the Gloom Pacatulum. Boom. Got another wave after this. Try and save some things.
고귀하게.
At 7, I had a huge problem with the Rose Hunter in the dungeon. I was lucky enough to not have too much trouble with Rose Hunter, but the wave after him, I don't know why. I'm not sure if I bugged or what, but man, those enemies fucked me up. Let's see here. On evade, target loses SP. He is going to detonate in 3 turns. He has 563 health. We do have big Princess Rhodia skill, though. So we can have Rhodia offset his defense. We can save Otis's red. Let Heathcliff cover her there. Let's go for a body sack. Now he's dominating. And then we drop the big blooming thorn on him.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Ooh, unbreakable coin. I did not spot that earlier. Oops.
우리 숲을 건드렸겠다.
피날레를 시작하자.
We have sewing target set up, so Otis has big damage. We could go for a sewing reset. So you can have Heathcliff do the offset. There's a second evade. Now go to do another offset. Otis is too slow, which is a little worrisome. Okay. Let's see here. Attack is going after... Okay. There's unbreakable coins again, so we will be getting value out of Heathcliff. It's a 3 plus 12 on the evade. Oh, 23. Holy. Come on. Damn. Oh, we still got him? Holy. What a fucking skill. Alright, but he's planning to detonate, which is a little worrisome. We are nearing stagger threshold, though. We have the sewing target. I think we just go for a full send. Speed is 3. We clash into final skill.
기대라. 실밥이 터졌나?
There we go.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
Hey, yo. Okay. Hell yeah, Barber.
주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군. 누구 작품이겠나?
Dulled Harpoon. Oh man, I wonder who's involved in this one, chat. I wonder what character could possibly be in Dulled Harpoon. Okay, let's see here. Support Ryoshi real quick. Can't deny.
That art is sick. That's so cool. Alright.
내가 자, 해골바가 닥쳐라, 해파. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up, you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu. Let's do this, I guess? Yes. Team. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hoenn. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That, 'tis quite the pickle. Boy, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You're the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. Not going to hold you or anyone else back. Always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Pectulum superbiae. Pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It often claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxuriae, Lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Peccatum Luxuriae, Lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is yes. An obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self. A desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seem to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There's never any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up. Get in there. Poor Heathcliff. Okay, let's see here. In terms of egos, I have a lot of lust egos here. Lust, gluttony, envy. We have no gluttony on this team. Unusable. Envy, lust. That's usable. So we have red eyes open. Contempt, awe. We do have pride. And we have access to her base. We do not have gloom for my Ishmael, though. Okay. When gaining poise, gain 3 additional poise or 2 additional poise count. Okay. On hit, inflict 2 additional bleed or 1 additional bleed count. Gotcha. And I'm not familiar with this unit. 7+ red eyes or penitence, gain extra clash power. Gain penitence, gain red eyes, inflict bleed. If the sum of red eyes and penitence is 15 or higher, coin power +1. So it looks like she just ramps up. Before use, activate Serious Skullbuster if they're both at 15 or more. Gotcha. Serious Skullbuster consumes it all. Alright, let's see.
자식. 먹칠.
Seems that so long as I can keep clashing them out, I should be fine. Let's see, we're at 12 penitents, 8 red eyes. I think we want to save for a serious Skullbuster? Or no, we have it cycling back into that column already. So we'll go ahead and use the regular Skullbuster then. Let's see here. This one, that lets me build up this deck a little more. It's going to hurt Ryoshi's though. In theory, I can have Ishmael help cover on the weaker rounds for Ryoshi
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나. 겉에. 하! 으타! 더 먹어치워라!
That's a lot of damage. My goodness. Alright, so we do have a serious Skullbuster now. So we're at 15 or more on both.
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 테니.
After attack, lose 15 sanity and gain only ashes remain. Cannot maintain red eyes and penitence. When gaining red eyes with base skill effects, heals self and one ally with the lowest HP percentage. Getting penitence, heals self and ally with the lowest SP. Okay. Gotcha, so she has like a healing cooldown phase. I remember with that. Let's see here, 16 to 47. 16 to 48, so could kill. Is lethal. Let's give it a run.
지금이다. 해골바가지 거미 대가리.
Oh, holy shit.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해.
One health. Yep.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. Okay.
대가리 딱 떼고. 이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Wave 2 of 2. Alright, this guy actually gains poise. And he has a counterattack that gives him poise. Counterattacks cannot be offset. Shield HP plus 10% for every 4 bleed on the target. Gotcha, so just avoid bleeding.
갑니다.
Holy fuck. Well, fair enough. Damn. man, that counts as 4 hits. Yikes. Okay. Let's see what we can do. That kills that one.
대가리 딱 떼고 40 먹지 40 먹지 하!
Memes.
대가리 딱 떼도 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
There we go.
Okay.
Alright, EX condition cleared. Barely.
착각하지 마.
61%.
해파
Fair enough.
겉에 내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다. 내가 강하기에 내 놈들을 휘두르는 거지.
Stinging. Each unit defeats the Pecatulum that has taken their shape once. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna tag in a Yi song real quick. Man, is Ring Song a good idea or a terrible idea? Because it sounds like it's gonna make the fight
책임은
potentially
모두
harder.
내가 진다. 라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
Lamanchaland. Verily, nigh is the time for young Yi Song and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take the form as Pecatula Infinite. I assume that we all have first-hand experience with static shocks. Ho? Does static shocks have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain a plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs. And imagine that you are part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you enter to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Fate plays such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine what sort of emotion you would feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours ere the chance was wrong. Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... Ooh. My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You too, quit the chin wag and get in there. Verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Alright, let's see here. Each unit defeats the Pecatulum that has once taken their shape. Understood. So I need to clash them into themselves, essentially. For now, though, as a setup, let's see here. Neutral, huh? Smooth. And they're also way faster than me.
점 찍었네.
Damn. Damn again. Fair enough. That's probably a reset. Yeah, let's let's give that another try. One where we don't get so instantly rinsed.
최악이요. 소재는 망가져.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Let's see. Fly. Unlucky. Just need to win a opening clash. Preferably not be staggered in the process.
꿰뚫려라.
Well, shit.
합격장.
We staggered them back, though. (17 to 34).
점 찍었네. 이제야 완성되었나? 이제야
Wow,
완성되었나?
Ring Song actually does so much damage. Holy. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, yeah, it's a bit rough. Well, that's no good. So much for helping out Yi Song. Oh! And we're not gonna be able to clear with a dead Dawn. At least not very well. Damn! These guys are tough.
최악이요. 소재는 망가졌고.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Run it back. Let's see here. Yeah, I needed to save some more, like, Sanguine Pointillism and other good clashing skills. Give me a baseline. We're sending unopposed. Let's clear out our weaker skills. Oof. Okay. That's better. Shit.
targeted. It's speed 7, so I think that means Yisong is there. 18 to 40, not lethal, but not a great start. Hopeless, huh? Struggling. Jeez. Yeah, and we lost control of the sanity situation. Yikes. Okay. Damn, this one's tough.
네가 말했던 벌이 이것인가? 예상한 일이야.
Alright, I'll give it one more attempt, and then I'm going to go see about getting a bite to eat.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Let's see here. Yeah, I think we just need to get the early clashes. If we can get those, then we can snowball the sanity. Give me a baseline. We're letting unopposed just a little scary. Yellow is that one skill tree. Done. Get out of the fucking way. Purple is his skill tree. Okay. Do want to deny their skill trees. They're all going after my Dawn. Oof. That's very rough. Okay. Not a loss, though, immediately. Stagger for stagger. Okay. And we can intercept. That's huge. Oof. Well, not dead yet. Why did it go backwards through the chain? Let's see here. Drop a crozet. And hope that Dawn carries us. The attack weight. That's a lot of points. Yisong is dead.
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니 그야말로 이상의 저
Oh, good lord. Oh, that's GG. Fair enough. Alright. Well, we had a decent start there, but I fumbled it by pressing win rate, probably. That said, I'm gonna go see about grabbing a bite to eat. I will be back in just a second, chat.
어버이와 달리 우리는 약하니까. 비록 지금은 이렇게 되돌아가지만 더 많은 피가 흐른 뒤에는
Alrighty, I am back. Sorry for the delay. I went to eat a sandwich, and I got roped into tending the beasts.
취미라는 걸
Also, real quick, lest I forget, let me get my company set up. Rousseau's on there. Does he have his ego? He does.
취미라는 걸 구태여 만들진 않지만
Alrighty. Well, let's get back to trying to clear envies. Should probably take a look at their special status. The beast yearns for souls, something like that.
라만 차렘들을 뒤엎는다.
The beasts also number 11. So, that's cool. That's what we want them to number. Let's see here. Damage dealt plus 15%. Damage taken minus 15%. There we go. Same thing? Okay. Jeez. Let's see here. Dawn's skill 3 is the yellow. So naturally she top decks fucking 2 of them.
내 작품에 의견이라도
I need for
있어?
something shower. Green? I don't have green. Fell bullet shoots Dawn. Let's see. We actually have a decent skill spread coming in, which is quite nice.
점 찍었네.
We actually can clash out everything now.
합격장.
There we go.
합격장.
No reuse is fine. It's a little unfortunate, but okay.
따뜻한. 꿰뚫려라.
I'm having terrible heads luck. But they're both staggered, so we can fulfill our condition here. So we get 32 damage per, potentially. I believe in Dawn to be able to take out another version of herself. Song at 15 to 65. We dump our weaker skills here. Either way, I think. Okay, and now we just need Dawn to take herself out. Anyway, there's a damn ego, and it's going on Yisong, so he has to clash it. I think we clash it back with Crozai. Assuming she doesn't heads, and we heads, we win. We got it. Cool. Woo. Okay, a bunch of skill 2s. Okay, just give me a win rate. Fuck it. Okay, work. I think the luck was on our side, Chad. I think we finally got it.
완성되었나?
That's a bit of damage. We seem to be okay. Just the last wave, last guy. Ayo. Okay. RIP EX. Didn't I? I just need him to take out himself, right? I already had Dawn take out herself. Or no, the Dawn died to bleed. So, unless that credits Dawn with the bleed damage. Then again, it's split between them, because they're both bleed IDs.
점
It's
찍었네.
fine. I'll just have to, you know, redo it later. Oh boy. Shit.
따뜻한
Okay, we're fine. It's fine, chat.
뚫려라.
Well. It says 1 out of 2. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. We'll have to redo that later. But for now, we have the clear. We had the luck lineup.
이 정도로
만족하려고
페륜의 죄까지 저지른 게 아니야. 더 많은
Hey, Ryoshi's already level 6. You'll have to see it.
피의 흐름이 멈춰선 안 돼.
The price of curiosity. Everyone but Dawn, huh? Literally anyone else.
드디어
내가
준비되어 있습니다.
말뚝을 쑤셔넣어 언제든지요.
Damn. What's your support? It's the fastest ally. On Clash Win, gain 1 haste. Pride Resonance. Pride. Oh, I think she has Pride too. So I think Pride Resonance actually is doable.
보호 요청
It'll be
수신.
fun. Everyone but Dawn. The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Song, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran out our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has aught to... Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet 'twere quite the hideous accessory to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed towards Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab, too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. Heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But 'twas but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to a certain extreme circumstance that had naught to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee! Thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell! What if we slipped her shoes off and on again real quickly? The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if we were measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event.
You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to report as such in my personal research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result.
Utterly terrified? Terrified!
And for your information, these research reports
Are stored for at least a decade.
Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years.
Outcome in A. Reason. Subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her course still, without Rocinante's assistance.
You sure this is a good idea, Faust?
Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity.
Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher.
Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yisong will be ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, Kay?
I shall be on the ready.
Behold me not with such excessive anticipation, all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layer knot poseth quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For I... The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing all control? Because we saw its effects on the warp chain and at La Mancha Land? Or is it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past to Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death and perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserved to drink, I must. Dante? Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at the building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I have to. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. God! I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire,
of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what Executive Manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting our shoes back on? Right, Hisong, shoes, get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on, knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some are quite similar to this. But this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We gotta do something. You haven't seen how hard this lash hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Oh boy! This is what I get for abusing the manager of the manager of La Mancha Land Don Quixote ID. Oh! You look fucked up. Yearning for blood, minus 35 offense and defense level. Thank goodness. Horrifying that that theoretically goes higher. You mean to tell me she has an 85 defense level? Oh my god. Alright. Well, what if I had a baseline? I like favorites. Oh, unbreakable coin. Hong Lu, go get her. Yeah, Heathcliff doesn't have a ton at the moment. Oh boy! And she's immediate full sanity. Oh god. Oh fuck! Touch up these! I just noticed that's immediately the fucking ultimate move. Oh, it's full power too. Oh, thank goodness Hong Lu is an absolute unit. That said, he's got 20 bleed. Ishmael's staggered. Oh god. It's unbreakable. At least we win the clash. I don't have resources for a fluid sack or anything though. I better get on getting some of those resources though. Oh boy! I understand now why I couldn't bring Don. Don is out of the building at the moment. Sancho's a little thirsty.
나라도 그렇게 했으면 되지. 하나면 훌륭하군요. 밖에서 막고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하지 않군.
Well, chat.
관리자,
Holy shit,
수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
What in the world? 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so we would need everyone up to take a clash. Jeez. Luckily, Hong Lu's catching the vast majority of it. And our sanities are not doing particularly well. Thank you, Heathcliff, for being a fucking beast. Understandable. Have a mistake. Yeah, I don't think I'm recovering it, chat. I don't think I'll be able to pull this one back. Goodness me. Yeah, Hong Lu please.
알고 계시겠지만 제
Holy shit.
도움은 없을
What a fight.
겁니다. 이건 녹음된 목소리일 뿐일 테니까 일단 후퇴하고.
젠장. 어째서?
Let's see here. Three pride residents. None of my Ryoshi passes are going to be particularly useful at the moment. Part of me is tempted to get like a Gregor ID, maybe. If I could have like a priest Greg, but then again, he's generating blood feast that Sancho is going to immediately consume. We have Princess to help cleanse. Maybe we try to get Princess Uptide? Uptide 4 makes it so that way max health carryover. When it heal self, 20% of damage dealt with base skills, right? And when another ally takes bleed damage or consumes blood feast, this unit gains blooming thorns. At max HP, heal one ally with the lowest HP percentage by access healing. We don't have the shards or the thread though. Do we maybe go for a low man strat here? We drop Hong Lu. We use Rhodia to cleanse bleeds with her counter.
드디어
내가
말뚝을
준비되어 있습니다.
Something like this, maybe?
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까? 이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을
Berserk Sancho is a little spooky, I'll be honest.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
Okay, we have a decent starting hand. Fastest ally on Clash when gains 1 haste. That is actually losable. We could send Faust into it, because she gets 3 defense up on Clash loss. I don't like the idea of losing this, necessarily. Consume 45 minus current sanity points with Blood Feast. There's enough Blood Feast to gain 20 bleed and heal up to 45 SP. I see, so that's the immediate full sanity that was a problem earlier.
보호합니다.
Unlucky. Okay. Staggered instantly. Bass was never going to win. 103, because she's fatal to it. That's why we want Honglu. Okay.
삼정레이의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 수 있겠군요. 설마 알고 맡기지 않았을 테니 나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군요.
Heathcliff has a big counter. And a little bit of sanity to work with. Blunt damage.
불길 속으로.
Holy shit, Heathcliff, let's go. Absolute king. Ouch. Roach, please. Fuck.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
가망이 없군.
Alright, let's see here.
알고 계시겠지만 제 도움은 없을 겁니다.
Unknown
이건 녹음된
piercing
목소리일
resistance.
뿐일 테니까.
Weak
일단
to
후퇴하고
wrath,
머리를
lust,
굴리든
gluttony, resistant to gloom.
스스로 생각하십시오.
And let's see if we can save the princess. R.I.P. Ishmael.
34.
Heathcliff is an absolute king, but I don't think he's got enough.
다른 인원이
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론
What a fight!
좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
My goodness.
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지. 아이씨 쪽팔리게.
God, we're only like halfway through the Intervallo? That's horrifying. Or no, that's the EX play. We're at 11 out of 14.
회의 전까지는 돌아갈 거라고 전해.
Getting destroyed? Hell yeah, I'm getting destroyed. Oh man, I'm getting brutalized out here.
언제든지요.
잘 됐네.
Sancho ain't here to play no games. Sancho is here to cleanse the thirst. It must be quenched.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게
하던
좋겠지.
대로 해보십시오.
The issue is this is immediately a 28 because positive sanity. I don't think I have anything that can just clash an immediate 28, so I think we just have to let Hong Liu
바쁜데.
be our
특별히
absolute
들어드릴게요.
king and just take it, frankly.
바쁜데. 특별히 들어드릴게요.
He flips a tank if he loses the clash. That's the best.
갑니다.
Holy shit, Hong Lu won? What a king, frankly. 11 damage. My hero. My goat, even.
이 기회에
My
평소
goodness.
지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠.
What a man.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
So there's one on Faust, and then Rhodey is the direct target of the AoE here. Hong Lu goes neutral with it. Giga Chad, frankly. Sinclair has useless skills, unfortunately.
고귀하게.
Okay, he broke a couple of the boards. God, that's still so much damage. And a shield. Okay, yeah, the issue is my team is just bleeding themselves out. Might have to Superbia a fluid sac, maybe?
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
Okay, baseline.
달고 짭짤한
Hong
걸
Lu, thank you for taking the
준비해두지.
punishment of the gods. So this. Next just going on to Faust.
불길 속으로.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 단테.
그 오물을
적합한
떼어내주지.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
Oh, and she flips heads.
이
Let's go.
전투는 승리할 거예요.
Absolutely massive. Sanity game, anyway. Thank you, Hong Lu, for taking the punishment of the gods. We're nearing a stagger threshold. Okay.
밖에서 막고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하지 않고
Faust is having a bad time.
관리자
Second blue,
수감자를
second yellow.
무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
Thank you, Hong Lu, for continuing to take the punishment of the gods. I'll have him throw a guard in there, so that way he starts getting a little bit of health regen. How much of a beating are we willing to let Hong Lu take? I think I prefer to clash out, but... These two are too slow. Everyone's actually too slow, so Hong Lu's gonna get no matter what. Stagger, massive. And the fact that we got it early means we get to capitalize on it for 2 rounds.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고
Let's see
오는 것이
here. Next stagger threshold, 1315.
이런
I
부수적인
doubt we have like 500 DPR. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of these weaker skills.
고귀하게.
가망이 없군.
Oh, that's
알고 계시겠지만
hitting everybody, huh?
제 도움은 없을 겁니다.
Rhodia has a stagger
녹음된 목소리일
But these stagger thresholds. She's gonna get clipped by the AoE and explode.
스스로 생각하십시오.
Horrifying. 38 potential. Jeez. The issue is Faust loses this clash. And I can't have anyone else pick it up. If I had a slow unit who was able to pick it up, or if I had maybe gotten binds somehow in the previous round. So this is turn 6. Let's just fling Sinclair into it and hope for the best. That mouth. Oh my god! Hong Lu's the only one still standing. Oh.
이것까지 당신 탓을 할 순 없겠군요. 설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
Is that a hardened rage? Oh, thank goodness. I must. I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst, it's... No, my lady. You need to be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Nothing more. Holy shit. Immediately has to go full ego to square up. Holy shit. What a threat level. I will not place the blame of this on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the First Kindred had gifted to the Third Center. Well, then. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed,
Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. I wonder if, with the death of Don Quixote, and I believe also Dulcinea, I wonder if that means that the burden of the family has essentially shifted, and so now she's feeling the burden that Dulcinea was feeling. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. We hope. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is... Indeed, that is correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is... that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognize some of them, and some are voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all. As Don Quixote the blood fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower will be enough to withstand the surge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated. Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know. It seemed like he was the only one. It seemed like he was only in it to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends and this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experience first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchagan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply. Their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But, considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold on sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. Because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind perseveres. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet, feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for any other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with the effort from the subject herself, and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual, softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice, despite her theatrical manner of speech returning. Her tone reminded me of our time at La Manchale. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laugh. Let's go, Heathcliff. He's an asshole. Don't get me wrong. But he's there when you need him. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment, I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well, then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. He's our asshole? Exactly. We love Heathcliff. He's a jerk, but when Ishmael was losing it to the pale membrane, he dug her out. And in that moment, when Don Quixote needed a little reassurance, he gave it.
취급을 해주진 않으니 알아서 기세요.
The hierarchy. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Oh, and I placed the sinners in a single file line before him, and began. Now the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at present anyway. And oh, there's plenty of significance, all right. We've all got to know who's the big boss. Well, this is but a speculation of the worst-case scenario. We must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, that's ominous. I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of this scale, were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment. Guys, respectfully, we just got our asses handed to us 1v6 and the guide had to step in. I think we know, in terms of power scaling, who's at the top. I'm sorry. It has to be said. You're welcome to fight for second. I think we know who gets number 1. Nah, you think? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons, such as scoring higher than they did on a test. Speaking from experience, Hohenheim? You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more of my breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the foremost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. No way you're putting Don Quixote at the fucking bottom. Yisong was like leftmost of the first group. So we're supposed to read left to right. No fucking way. Oh yeah, we're putting Don Quixote at the way bottom. Respectfully, Yisong is a genius, but I think you might need to flip the order. Because at the end of the day, he's a guy with a knife. Compared to Sancho, Ryoshu, who is a very brutal, very effective psychopath. You know? He's smart, but... Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the test of this day paints a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yisong. Yisong, I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yisong, it's the other way around. Okay, thank goodness. Yeah. Ah, yes, the line was made from my point of view. Yeah, I can see it. I understand now, the little :3 sent in chat. Because yes, respectfully, Yisong, you are a guy with a knife. You are a very intelligent guy who is very good with a knife. But you're not beating Sancho. And before someone proves me wrong by soloing Sancho with Yisong. From here, the center wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. I'm sorry, Yisong. How's the April Fool's event? I haven't witnessed it yet because it's a spoiler, apparently. We'll probably watch it after this because it's April Fool's in Korea. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right? Yisong?
Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion to be the center of such fervent attention of such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. Don't say that, I'm gonna go do it? Gotcha. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis oft the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Are we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in that order. No, I mean... Fellas, I wasn't even part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like that. Like swatting away a fly. I'd guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. You're the center with that bizarre insectoid on. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Ugh. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. Potential, man, Gregor! Yeah! I mean, it makes sense, considering the book he's based on is Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. I probably said something wrong there, but I believe it was Metamorphosis by Kafka. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, The Metamorphosis. That, potential, is it? Does that mean that I could also be at first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny getting consoled by the guy who placed last. Damn. Didn't have to do E-song like that. Alright. That said, give me 1 second, chat. I'm going to go get a drink, and then we will continue. BRB. Alright, I am sorry for the delay. I was ambushed by homemade salsa, and it was delicious. New classification codes. Where's my negative coin, Gregor? Project Moon, please. Please, Lord VTuber Kim. Yes. Negative coin, Greg. After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were a great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners. However, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you all must be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That's why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. Makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortions risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback at the naivete with which you ask me that question. Us, it's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, oi! Don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around the system. No, we gotta do the research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Hodheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of a distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of the abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that is already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So, a distortion like that Time Ripper fellow will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you are referring to the subject, He6 Pi 2001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh? Didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that He-something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. Pi must refer to Pigrita, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pekatula.
They do indeed follow the same thought process, if we're being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It'd be more accurate to say that as the Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing? I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the ink fallen production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the Sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means that they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage rating on a scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One of the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses. It allows for the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger, but wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the Golden Bow, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the backstreets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high-priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at a stage in which we may partake in the processing and sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for possession of these artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see. From Canard to Star of the City, I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between the Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I'm impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the Fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo, I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a Star of the City threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please, don't forget that this is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing.
Damn. Yeah, my head does explode. Am I the only one who can push the button? You know, does it only respond to me? Or could any random bloke, as I'm sleeping, sneak into my room and just tap on my head and blow me up? Because that'd be very unfortunate. Ooh, a dungeon. Final checkup. Also, I have been going to sleep at very late times, and I'm thinking we might have to break this Intervallo into 2 parts. Because it would be my preference to get some sleep tonight. So I'm thinking once we finish this Intervallo, we will go ahead and take a break, and then I'll come back for a part 2 tomorrow. I could bring a support unit. Give me a priest, Greg. I have blood fiends. Let's try it.
뜀박질 시간.
We are almost done with a regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not going to like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but I'm going to do a backflip off of it. Don't you worry, my researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Do April Fools? Okay, yeah, we can do April Fools before I wrap things up. Unless this is like a 4-hour dungeon. But with it only costing 2, I think it's like a mirror dungeon. Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort, saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... Forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself. Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a Pecatulum? You could end up becoming a Pecatulum just like another one of those fodder we slaughtered our way through the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of Pecatulum I would turn into. Iberangule, I on Invidide, and her on Pigridite. But how could you... Think about it like this. If I were to become a Pecatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning into a Pecatulum relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind, therefore I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision, but once I become a Pecatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt cloud your judgment in killing the Pecatulum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I'm feeling quite the envy for you all. Wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh? If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come with the classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the Fathoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexasection. And once you've made it that far, it is likely you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-headed Kim, he's recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. It seems they are ready to activate the monolith. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that. You're not a peccatillum. And I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back, no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of, a code. I don't think you'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Merceau? It will be done as you commanded. Merceau nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation. 5 minutes. Potentiality. Anticipation. Right hand. The moment Merceau uttered them, the all-too-familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment, however. I needn't expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now, anyway, isn't it? I heard that muffled LobCorp theme. You mean to tell me that Hohenheim used to be a LobCorp researcher? We're at the starting point of the Dungeon of the Fathoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all. The same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us we can pick up ego gears here. But what we find are ego gifts. What? These aren't ego gears. These are them gifts or something, right? It appears that ego gifts are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon of the Fathoms, as it differs from the usual mirror dungeon. It is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? We'll take one. Let's see here. I'm working with Bleed, and I guess I have Rupture, but they're not leveled. So, Sinclair has Burn. Let's go keywordless. Illusory Hunt. Hey, focused encounter start. Apply 2 damage up to all allies. Strong open. Too hard to do with Yi Song. Nani? Let's see here. Let's go triple Blood Fiend, Kurakumo Duo, and Fluid Sac, I guess. It feels so weird leaving these two on the bench. They've been such staples, but let's give this a try.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
L Corp branch control team. Oh shit. So yeah, he's also former Wang, huh? What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. This is... It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You. Us. What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well, then do something about it! I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는
Censored Lobotomy
합당한
Corp
이유가
L3
있겠지.
agent.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Chain.
보고합니다. 나가서 싸워. 귀는 내가 봐주지.
Looks like they're wearing lantern gear, maybe?
교단의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지만 단테.
불을 건드렸겠다.
적합한 배치였습니다.
목이 피었잖아.
얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를 잡아 쫓아보시죠.
Not used to seeing so many strugglings.
고귀하게.
용서할
Ooh, Heathcliff just got a good dagger on him. Ouch.
맛이 나는 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
Damn.
밖에서 맞고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
한속을 위해
또한 용서할지.
네
다륜 한초 경혈 육수 찢겨라.
따뜻한 피. 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자.
승리로 이끌.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
보고합니다.
쏟아내.
이쁘네. 네 피분수.
Oh, that was a bit of a rough first fight. Heathcliff got fucked up. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. I must have noticed us listening into their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to the experiment? If so, try this on. In the researcher's hands is what looks like an ignition plug, or a testing machine of sorts. Where are the samples? Sure. Got this, Greg. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw? After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researcher let Gregor go. Gregor took off the gear and presented it before the researcher to return, but they simply shook their head in response. Gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. Reignition plug.
고된 일이 있다면
We healed up Greg. Base attack skills that inflict burn count deal 20% more damage and inflict one more. Oh my god! 20% extra damage to amoral enactment? Hey, yo. Mind if I do? Of course, I'm not running amoral enactment. I could be crazy and drop Faust. Do something like this, maybe? We'll give it a try.
부디
Maybe I should have
정신을
dropped
유지할
Heathcliff.
수
He's a little
있게.
fucked up still. I like that. It's like a muted version of the Lobotomy Corp management theme. So, how do we know this guy is actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But, Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are able to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? I'm Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Ah, whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. Heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my... what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. So something that no one else cared to look into before. Know what I mean? But I had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I mean to ask, Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine. Thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? An unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living in a large nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So, I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Well, I know something about me. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. Read your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award? Together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You. Us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. More lanterns.
평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테.
Keeping the sanity is
대로
nice.
해보십시오.
Heathcliff's still a little fucked up. He'll be fine. Maybe.
갑니다.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보란 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
We don't have any hard blood yet, unfortunately.
전부 쳐죽여!
Poor Heathcliff. He's just losing these coin flips.
꿰뚫려라!
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않군요. 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Let's see here. Give me the big red. That'll be funny.
갑니다.
그 오물을 떼어내주지!
Bonk.
나라도 그렇게
다시.
했었지.
이 정도로 나와 겁을만
나와!
Okay, very staggered.
저수감자는 기억해두겠소.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
면담에서 치하할 만한 일이 생겼을 때 언급하라는 것도 상부의
불길 속으로.
지시지야.
Oh, that's the fight. Fair enough. Dawn just kills him. It's finally here. The Department of the Year Award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course. And some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways, compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know? It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. Same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet, all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation. You left us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What was the sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95, 94. Escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survivor would be decided by none other than the rule of thumb. However, I am glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence. So I make this argument, a suggestion before you. Prepare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs, making good on your debt payments. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking, epochal theses and research results at such an early age. Whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The L Corp branch within Hohenheim's Dungeon of the Fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that that's over with, I invite you to come face me, the distortion. And the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating this distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. Just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Spooky. Oh, we've still got a bit of distance left. Ooh, and no shop, no cost. Fair enough. We see the Ardor Blossom Moth within the containment unit. Small crimson particles of flame surround it like an aura. The flaming wings die out one moment, only to roar vigorously in the next. An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this Ardor Blossom Moth. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There are still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Ardor Blossom Moth? Held her from your stream. Right on the money. You know your Ardor Blossom Moth. But that's not all. Recently it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a burning, flickering flame. It seems to have come directly from the Ardor Blossom Moth itself. Ego gift. Embers. Turn start all enemies with 2 to 7 burn count. Gain 1-2 burn count. Neat. Self-perpetuating flame. Now we just need to spark it, essentially.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
단순해서 좋군.
They do not have the special condition. Looks like it's just a pretty straightforward
좋은
slasher.
성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Let's see here. We'll fling Sinclair into this. That should stun it. Anyone else who can dominate with a skill 1, let's get those taken care of.
가족을 위해.
Damn, Don's already at 10 hard blood? Holy. Okay.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 전부를 보는 맛이 나는
떼어내주지.
일처리는
Oh, he still got the second.
그간의
I thought he was eating the
전투
counter.
경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테.
Can't support items, but in dungeons where you can't find a glimpse of flames, feels bad burn teams, yup. Alright, so gotcha. Priest generated. Dawn just already ate the stuff. Let's see here. Let's have Greg pop that. So that way it's not a target for Dawn. Heathcliff pops that. Dawn goes here.
뭐 쳐주게!
영원히 잠들어라.
놈
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 되는군요. 저 수감자는 기억해두겠습니다, 단테. 랜담에서 치아할 만한 일이 생겼을 때
By that I mean I
언급하라는
got
것도
lucky.
상부의 지시인지라.
Let's see here. Guess we'll go. We'll go topside. Why not? We'll do a chain battle.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Fuck! I shouldn't have picked
단순해서
this.
좋군, 9번 수감자.
Sloth.
물론
I don't like
좋은
Sloth. He
성과를
takes
갖고
no
돌아온다면
damage.
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Give me a win rate real quick. Cool. Sinclair, you have teal skills. You're going to offset that. And everyone else, we're just going to let
불길
it fly.
속으로.
엎드리도록.
Piercing is ineffective.
식구를 건드렸겠다.
Slashing isn't effective.
먹지.
창의적인 발상.
독이 피었잖아.
그래도 조금이라도 머리통을 굴리게 되어서 돌아온 줄 알았다만
Blunt is unknown.
요즘 면담을 쉬긴
What is an
했지. 7번
Yeah, so it seems
수감자.
like these great big Pekatula are just kind of a fucking problem. Supposed to have the Teddy. Ishmael, offset its evade.
불길 속으로.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Let's go, Teddy.
자, 테디. 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Hell yeah, Teddy. What a little badass.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군.
Decided to roll up to the wrong neighborhood. Physically resistant to everything and only weak to opposed sense. Yeah, it's crazy.
의심, 암기, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이
let's see here.
들끓을
Dawn has
때가
AoE.
가장 취약하죠.
78 potential
알아듣겠습니까? 지금이
with a 54.
적기라는 것입니다.
That should kill. So there wins that.
갑니다. 따뜻한. 엎드리도록.
There, please.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런
let's let
부수적인
everyone else clash
효과를
out first.
기대했었죠.
Sinclair is not a direct target, so he cannot do an offset. Ishmael is fast enough. We could have her do an offset. That said, Heathcliff only has reds, so we're going to throw out Ishmael's skill into the dominating. And we just dump the rest of the slot.
죄인인가?
산초류 경을 온 라샹그. 끝을 낼 시간.
이번에 네
And there we go.
피곤서.
Hell yeah. Go gift. Don't mind if I do. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, their faces brighten up as they approach us. Please, will you investigate this area ahead of us? We will help you with the best of our ability, should you accept. Heal all allies. Yeah, sure. I'll take a heal. You got this, Heath. believe. Love to see some proper enthusiasm. Yes, I like your attitude. Take this with you. It'll help you on your investigations. After handing us the gear, the researchers walked up to the sinners and began examining them. Once they were finished, the sinners were all in tip-top shape again. Hey!
왔냐? 워커슛쯤 되시면 이런 건 식은 죽 먹게지.
Limbus Company identities. Skills gain 2 offense level. Wait. Skill 2 gains offense level +1 and deal 15% more damage. Skill 3 gains offense level +2 and deals 30% more damage. Interesting. There are 4 Limbus Company identities among the backup units. 2 random allies gain... It's fine. We love unbreakable coins? Oh man. We get destroyed by unbreakable coins.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Definitely makes what is it? Faust LobCorp ID a little harder to run. If this unit took no damage last turn, well, unbreakable AoE coin. We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. That's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from him earlier. Told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in this world that are worth working towards. He's good. He knows if we want to drag Hohenheim back, he has to also want to come back. 6 skills. He has a guard. Final power +1 for poise on self. Gain 4 poise on use. If the student has a shield, gain +2 poise count as well. He doesn't have any shield yet. Tremor potency. Tremor count. Trigger burst on crit. Or tremor burst on crit. Bunch of tremor stuff. A little spooky. Give me a win rate. I mean, shit, if we're gonna have Sinclair go unopposed, I'll cancel out his block. Deny him some extra poise, and we'll just let this fly. We got a bunch of dominatings. Sometimes you get unlucky, though. Oof. Alright, we also have a unique debuff that I wasn't paying attention to previously. Shame on me. Dawn now has 4 of it. It seems it's like every time we hit him. 2, 3. Yep. Okay. Something about us hitting him. Or being hit by him. He has a shield. Maximum stack's 30. At turn start, gain 3 stack. Okay, you're gonna fucking present this to me sometime. Turn start, gain 3 stacks. Starting from the turn after this unit gain this effect. Gain 1 stack every time this unit takes or deals damage with an attack skill against the distorted Hohenheim. Take stack more damage from enemies and deal stack % more damage on enemies. But on hit, take % of the damage dealt as HP damage, cannot be staggered. Interesting. So we're going to start nuking ourselves, essentially. The higher these stacks get. Worrisome. He has an AoE. Unbreakable coin. Very cool. Love unbreakable AoE. Hopeless? Disagree. I mean, like, I'm still getting hit hopeless, but... let's see here. We do have Teddy Bear for healing. We also seem to be taking some sanity damage. Thank you, Sinclair. Very cool. Thank you, Sinclair. Very cool. And point of material. Oof.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군요.
It's absorbing sanity off of
관리자로
us.
정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
He's just shielding.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Why is he just shielding? Inflict more tremor. On turn 3, gain a new pattern and prepares to use a powerful skill. After turn 3 is over, the above effect activates if this unit has 30 plus poise. Gotcha. So I need to deny him this poise and probably slow him. So we are going to throw out a snag harpoon. A series of blocks. We'll get rid of some of these not so great skills. Offset. Ooh, one-sided guard. Uh-oh. Can we offset that? It's all on Greg. Gotcha. So we need it from faster characters, which would be Ishmael. I need Ishmael to set up, though. We have 2 offsets. On use. Nah, I think he just gets the poise anyway. Would it be better just to full set? On use. Not combat start. So maybe we deny him these because they cancel out. In case he's only getting 1. Maybe.
내가 찾은
If right
나만의
now he
항해
has not
방식.
used his guard, per se.
직접 싸워보지 않아서 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각했나?
Yeah, it seems like it. Okay.
교육도
He has unlimited count, but he does not have a ton of raw. Favored. Dominating. Much preferred.
뭐 쳐지게!
We can heal up after his attack with Teddy.
이 피었잖아!
내 고통.
우리 숙구를 건드렸겠다!
We did have a stagger there. It was on Greg. What plagues your mind, manager? Suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as you have seen, manager, save for a few parts that were censored. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I committed any wrong by escaping that place alone. There are many others to be buried there. Of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are all well aware that in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. It feels gaze only. Like he said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. It shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? what if you do feel like what you did was wrong? Faust relayed my words to Hoenn. I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion, but you are incorrect. I've already done much contemplation regarding that matter, and have definitively concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance, that I am a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make irrational suggestions, such as drawing lots to see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to partake in barbaric contests of strength to survive either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the urge to survive. Arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of us all. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame their base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So no, I have no reason to believe what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't a sin. Even as Hohenheim defended himself, it seemed as though some sense of responsibility was pulling him down. Especially those last words. You could barely sense his usual air of confidence. Adaptation weakens, becoming maladaptation.
해장병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
Reduce the subjective observation by 3. Very nice. Give me a baseline. I don't like that baseline, Sam. Let's see here. Is Inclair actually hopeless? No, he's fine. Greg is hopeless? Probably because he's needing to flip 2 coins. We can have Ishmael step in on that. And have Greg offset his defense.
고귀하게.
35 SP against 45? Yeah. Strictly speaking, he had the better potential roll, 13 to 12. I can see it. Sinclair, very cool. There we go.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Give me a baseline.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Let's see about offsetting that shield. Gain a shield equal to 30% of missing HP. Shield cannot exceed 15% of max. If this unit has burn, lose burn, shield HP. Okay. Shield takes 100% more damage from rupture effects. So, I actually would rather have Sinclair putting burn into him and Heathcliff offset.
불길 속으로
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
산초류 경혈 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이.
Damn, 2 tails at 45 sanity. Hate to see that.
40. 먹지.
우리 속구를 건드렸겠다. 밖에서 막고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군.
Okay. Heal up a couple of people with a Teddy, maybe?
수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
How much sanity are we costing with Teddy? Heal self and 2 other allies. Costing us 25 sanity, which is a little scary. It's also shifting our sin resistances. Becoming resistant to lust. He also has sloth. We would become weak to sloth. Sloth is his AoE. We'd be getting a nice chunk of healing, though. I think we're going to go ahead and do it. Give me a win rate. Don't like hopeless. Is it because of his final power? I wonder if his final power isn't calculated in, maybe. We'll go ahead and go for a dodge. I kind of want to see what this looks like, though. Let's offset that.
가족을 위해
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 내어먹게. 그래, 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Oh, it's so good. It's so beam, dude. Holy shit. That damage is actually really good, too. We do have enhanced skill 3s. So we'll probably drop
자,
those where we can
테디,
next.
나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
That's actually such an adorable ego. I love it.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Give me a baseline.
기대하고
Hopeless.
있겠습니다.
That's
따뜻해.
rough. What do we have? We do have Garden of Roses. We have Christmas. We have Lantern. Heal 60% of damage dealt. Tempting. Trigger Tremor Burst. Heads hit, inflict 4 paralyze. Issue is Greg is going last in terms of clashing. So paralyze is not particularly helpful at the moment. Garden of Thorns does give us some sin resistances that we like. We'll do it.
가족을 위해
피나레를 시작하자.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
That was badass. Oh, it also seems to heal. That's neat.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가
Give me a
있겠지.
baseline.
기대하고 있겠습니다.
Sinclair actually wins. Roja actually loses. Power counter goes even. Potentially. It's not in her favor necessarily, though. Ishmael, go ahead and offset him so he's having less shield and less poise.
고귀하게.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 따뜻한 엎드리도록.
목이 피었잖아. 덕구를 건드렸겠다.
Staggered.
밖에서
Okay.
맡고 있는
Huge.
고통이 지나치게 하진 않군.
888.
수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
Oh man. Chat, do I go for another Yearning Miracala? I shouldn't. It'd be really funny though. Something about consuming Blood Feast.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
For every 100 Blood Feast consumed by this unit, to a max of 2, which we actually have. Less than 50 Blood Feast, inflict 1 bleed with every hit. For 3 turns, lose 10 sanity points at the end. More damage per Blood Feast consumed. Yeah, you know what? We'll throw it. Why not? It's cool. It's unopposed, too. Big skill from Greg. Let's get some count application from Dirk.
죄인인가?
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 내고. 그래, 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Yonara. Nice.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테. 피를 좋지
Holy fuck, Greg. 400?
이 정도로
Oh my god, we killed him! Greg! What the fuck was that? Where was that hiding? That was horrifying! Oh my god. Escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. A hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin without everyone. It's what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found in Rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering. Nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathoms slowly begin to close. Sometime later, Greg got to tier 3 Bloody Hands and chose violence. Yeah, no kidding. 400 damage? Holy shit. Ah, I've returned. Safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like you, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Damn! Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world that continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self, and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained in distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre.
but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? No thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. Last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Caron and Vigilius were awaiting for us. I might have to go and shard myself a Greg, not gonna lie. That was cool. Give us Shock Centipede Sinclair so we can get a charged Sinclair? Oh, that'd be kind of...
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이
Oh, we're just straight to Nocturnal Sweeping.
그게
I will resist Nocturnal Sweeping for
유일한
now.
꿈이니까.
But, let's see here. How many Greg shards am I at? What if I wanted Bloodfiend Greg? 126 out of 400?
취미라는 걸
Well, chat, that's just 100 boxes, 100 boxes and we got them, Haha, wishful thinking. Not bad. Just below the average. 318. Probably would be faster if we just did this all in here. But, let's see here. Let's go 30. $377. Let's see here. 33. That would be 11 boxes. 20. Potentially a single crate. Damn it. A single crate. There we go. Give me it. I want it.
내가 그대를 대신하여 용서하다. 어버이는 널 용서치 않으시겠지.
I couldn't resist. I wanted it. I mean, strictly speaking, I want to get everything out of here before the season rolls over, because from what I've seen, the extraction section of a season becomes unavailable. This is the pass section of season 4, but the extraction section completely unavailable. And the reason for that is whenever they go into a new season, the old season stuff, the extractions become unavailable for a bit. Until next season, which is why we can see the extract for Bon Voyage, because season 5 started. Only a singular crate. Twice. But yeah, ultimately I'd like to get everything out of here. But I'm gonna have to beat my head into a lot of Mirror Dungeon for that. Alright, that said, I made a promise that before I wrapped up, because it is April Fool's, I would watch the funny cutscene. A Mid-Spring Night's Dream 2. A few days before arriving at District 8. Oh, this is actually like the perfect time. This actually fits in perfectly, maybe. Just another day, just another distortion hunt. A day no different from any other. And I stood there, shoulders slumped, head downcast, watching the sinners trying to work something out. Maybe I had my right hand on my clock equivalent of a forehead. If this thing in place of my head runs on batteries or something,
That's probably where it was, because I was starting to get pretty warm up there.
아니, 왼쪽이 아니고 오른쪽이라니까요.
Oh, it's voice acted.
혹시 저 말고 다른 사람들은 오른쪽이라는 단어의 정의를 잘못 알고 있는 건가요?
Thank goodness. My throat is a little dry from voicing Hohenheim all night. Take a swig of water. I've earned it.
나는 왼손잡이야.
뭔? 아니, 그게 아니고.
어이구, 이거 자꾸 스텝이 꼬여서. 오른쪽이란 건 알았는데 미안하게 됐구만.
아니, 나는 저 뒤틀림 입장에서 오른쪽인 줄 알았지 뭐야.
Okay, guys. Everyone, let's pull back for now, regroup,
야,
and...
됐어. 그냥 하나, 둘, 셋 하고 다 덤벼들자고.
Regroup and...
셋!
둘은 까먹으신 걸까요? 아님 생략한 걸까요? 이제서 따져볼 의미는 없구려.
히스클리프 씨는 대기 인원으로 두고 좀 더 이상적인 인원으로 다시 시도할 필요가 있겠군요.
Hey, Faust, can you check if the contract's still linked? I don't think any of them can hear my voice.
관리자님, 신뢰를 무릅쓰고 급히 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ooh, I knew Oda still had my back.
째까기시는 소리가 다소 난잡하여 전황 파악이 어렵습니다. 조용히 좀 해주시겠습니까?
What?
방해, 시태.
Man, what's gotten into them today? They're refusing to listen to a word I'm saying. I wonder if they'll finally learn to work with me once I force them to walk in each other's shoes. I guess frustration pushed me to say those words out loud. With that, I looked away briefly from the battle, only to realize that someone was staring right at me. Hello, Karo. Oh, I didn't really mean what I said, Karan. I guess you can't hear me anyway.
소원 빌 때는 모르게 없게야.
That's ominous. After that cryptic exchange, Karan nonchalantly returned to cleaning Mephistopheles as if she hadn't even been looking in my direction. Well, I guess this is hardly the first time she said something weird. Surmising that there probably wasn't much to what she said, I slowly turned around to look at the sinners again.
야, 저거 파편이 튕기잖아.
거기 조심해. 관리자 양반.
Heard the loud and clear clang of something bouncing off a metal plate. Oh! My vision flashed black, if such a thing was even possible, and I felt a strong shock to my upper back. Did I fall on my back? Think I'm fading. Whatever. Thinking was becoming increasingly bothersome anyway. I feel like a slab of lead. Maybe a little nap will lift my spirits. Saw the sinners gather around me through my blurry, fading vision, and a star, huh? Between them, a falling star, shooting off to somewhere. After some unknown amount of time.
야, 일어나, 시계대가리. 일어나 보라니까.
Yeah, I hear you, Heathcliff. When did I fall asleep? That must be Heathcliff trying to wake me up. Oh, did I hit my head on something and pass out?
지금 퍼질러 잘 때가 아니라니까.
Oh, Heathcliff. Always dozing off. Always so slow to wake up. He's got the nerve to get mad when I'd like a few more minutes of shut-eye. Yeah, well, I guess that's who Heathcliff is. But that's funny. His voice sounds slightly higher pitched than it usually does.
야, 시계대가리 깨라고.
Huh? Something's wrong. Something's not right. Sinclair? Was that you? What? Is everything all right?
이놈이 보기엔 지금 무슨 일이 없는 것처럼 보이냐?
Oh God, they made Sinclair British! Oh wow, Sinclair. I didn't know you had it in you to pull a prank like this. Wow.
관리자님, 저희 어떻게 하죠?
This isn't a prank, is it? Sinclair, scowling and muttering all kinds of horrible obscenities. Heathcliff, timidly peeking out from some corner in the far back, trembling. Yeah, no, this doesn't make any sense. Whatever is going on here, I've got to get away. I jumped to my feet and sprinted full speed to the corridor to look for the other sinners. Guys, anyone? Something's wrong with Heathcliff and Sinclair. I must have ran into someone. Who? Ryoshu, sorry. Kinda in the middle of a crisis right now. Did you... Wait. Why didn't Ryoshu just sidestep me? I looked up from the ground towards Ryoshu and saw her making an expression I don't think she's ever made. No, an expression I don't think she'll ever make.
아, 단테님, 괜찮으신가요? 제가 이 몸엔 익숙하질 않아서 미처 단테님을 피하지 못했네요. 다치신 곳은...
Rhodia? Being that inhabited Ryoshu's body reached out to me with a kindly voice. What is the meaning of this? Is she threatening to cut off my wrists for my carelessness? Or is this actually happening?
많이 놀라셨죠?
Honglu?
수감자분들은 버스에서 단테님을 기다리고 계세요.
At first I was like, oh, I'm being called Dante. Maybe it's Rhodia. No, there's only one fucker that whimsical and nonchalant.
자, 제 손을 잡고... 단테님, 왜 갑자기 네 발로 짐승처럼 뛰시나요?
Terror, heightened by the sheer incomprehensibility of the situation, shot through my body as all warmth drained from my extremities. I couldn't even steady myself on my feet before desperately scrambling away. I've got to get the hell out of...
왜 이렇게 늦었어? 우리가 얼마나 찾았는데. 있잖아. 일어나니까 다들 뒤죽박죽이 되어 있었다니까.
Located the Rhodia.
수감자들의 수면 시간 중 원인 불명의 이유로 모든 수감자의 정신이 뒤바뀐 것으로 추정됩니다. 관리자님. 발생 추정 시각은 지난밤.
저것 좀 봐. 특히 표정. 아, 웃겨. 그치, 단테?
Serious Rhodia? Oh, Manager Esquire? Oh god, who swapped with Dawn?
발생 추정 시각은 지난.
It seems like they swap in pairs. Because we had Sinclair and Heathcliff, clean swapped. We have Merceau and Rhodia, which means Ryoshu is in Honglu's body.
웃겨서 못 따라하겠어.
Funniest thing ever. This? Faust, I need to find Faust.
파우스트는 버스 앞열 좌측 두 번째 좌석에 있습니다.
Thank you. But can you point it out for me? I can't think straight right now. Hearing your voice talking like...
물론입니다, 관리자님.
Oh boy. I couldn't muster the strength to thank him, so I stumbled to the seat that Rhodia pointed me towards.
관리자.
Faust, oh, what a relief. So you're okay, huh? What's going... No! It can't be! Oh. We are so finished. It's so over. Of all people, it had to be Don Quixote. Of all people.
하필이라니, 무슨 그런 섭섭한 말을.
Oh, it's so weird. Faust, speaking in a slightly energetic tone.
그보다 말일세 나리.
본인 파우스트 군의 모습이 되어버리니 신기한 변화를 느끼고 있네. 무지무지하게 똑똑한 느낌이라고 할지, 눈이 트인 느낌이라 할지.
Oh no. Faust is still connected to Faustnet? Through the Gesellschaft or whatever? You mean to tell me that Don Quixote possessing Faust is in the Faust group chat? I love how it responds to her face. Yeah, she's so expressive. Because she's Dawn. Oh no. I can't believe it. Dawn broke into the Faust group chat.
마치 눈앞에 그려지듯이 예측할 수 있네. 끝내주는 모험을 펼친 후 시민들의 환호를 받으며 개선하는 용맹한 흰 머리칼. 아니, 노란 머리칼. 그럴 리는 없습니다. 다른 정신이 깃들었다 하여 해당 소유자의 지식,
That's cursed. Just
그 너머의 권한까지
the Dawn
전이되지는
deadpan.
않습니다.
This is so cursed, chat.
또한 방금 말씀하신 것은 예측이 아니라 상상이라 말하는 것이 올바릅니다. 오, 안 그래도 찾고 있었네. 아니, 돈키호테라고 해야 하나? 머릿속에서 자꾸 접근 거부라는 소리가 들리는 것 같은데 본인 무슨 병에 걸린 것인가?
Access denied. You ever just get blocked from Faust group chat because you somehow broke in?
앉아보세요. 아무래도 긴 이야기가 될 것 같습니다.
Is this even the time to... Otis? Wait, no. Who are you? There's a hint of anxiety, coupled with a profound sense of melancholy in her... Yi-song?
걱정하지 마시오, 단테. 나도 아직 이해하기는 어려우나 우선 이럴 때는 침착하게 상황을 분석하는 것이.
내 이놈!
Oh fuck, he's expressive. Yi-song suddenly burst in from the side and bellowed in what I'd imagine his indignant fury would sound like.
내 형상을 뒤집어 쓰고 감히 관리자님의 오른팔 자리를 찬탈하려 들다니! 그리고 버릇없이 나의 목소리로 관리자님을 낮잡아 부르지 마라!
그런 것이 아니오. 오해가 있어, 오티스 양.
오해 같은 소리! 간악한 것, 그런 흉계를 내내 마음속에 쥐고 있었나?
Stop.
단테. 저기
Oh no.
그래 표정이 계속 안 좋은데 좀 물어봐줘.
Wait a minute. Who's left? Got Merceau Rodia, Faust and Dawn, Hong Lu and Ryoshu, seemingly. Sinclair and Heathcliff. Otis. And Yi-song. Oh no.
니놈이 하면 될 것 아닌가?
그게 다들 아는 사람들이지만 그거 있잖아. 뭐 들어있는 초콜릿을 먹을 때 뭐가 나올지 몰라서 살짝 초조한 느낌이랄까?
이봐, 말이 심하다고.
Yep, there it is. Ishmael with the sing. Make it stop.
관리자 양반. 뭐? 이렇게 됐어? 나도 뭐가 어떻게 돌아가는지 모르겠네. 버스에서 잠들었다가 일어나서 처음 본 게 팔뚝을 보고 울적해하는 내
Just make it
얼굴이었거든.
worse. Oh, I bet Ishmael is not pleased.
그게요.
Speaking of.
저는 천성이 뱃사람인데 이런 물과는 상극인 곤충팔이 있으니까요.
Greg, I mean Ishmael, mutters with a voice that clearly wished she was anywhere else.
적응되면 또 괜찮아져 그게. 나도 처음 거울 볼 때는 구역질을 못 참긴 했는데.
그거랑 같나요? 애초에 그런 말은 일부러 피했는데 왜 괜히 또 사람 숙연해지게 그런 말을.
이런 한심하고 미련한 것들, 고작 몸뚱아리가 바뀌었다고 금방 정신을 못 차리게 되어버리다니.
다들 미안하오. 저것은 나의 모습이나 나의 말이 아니오. 이해해.
Yi-Song in Otis's body, apologizing for the actions of Yi-Song body. I'm in hell. I have to get a screenshot of that, so that way it's just the next time there's a character I want that I am like unable to pull, I can just drop this. Wait, I gotta turn this into like an emote in chat or something, you know, just I'm in hell. So this is what he meant by Eula Park on a trip to the Inferno, huh? This is where it was all leading up to. I slept against the side of the bus, having abandoned hope like the rest of ye who boarded it. Let out a sigh as I clutched my painfully throbbing clock. No, wait a minute. Virgilius and Cutteron sleep on the bus too. I'm going to need some time to gather myself before I even start thinking about a solution. Sometime later.
그래서 파우스트, 네 놈이 추측할 때 이 현상의 원인은 무엇 같나?
이렇게 시선이 집중되니 조금 부끄럽긴 하군 그래.
네 놈에게 안 물었다. 좋아, 그럼 돈 키우트.
불렀는가?
이 자식이. 개판이네.
It's a real dog's dinner, isn't it? Everyone, one at a time, please. I think I might actually go insane if I hear more than 3 of you talking at once.
추정되는 원인은 있습니다. 어젯밤은 25만 401일에 도시를 지나가는 것이 예정되어 있던 W15H란 유성이 관측되는 날이었습니다.
Okay.
도시의 소문으로는 그 유성을 바라보며 소원을 빌게 되면 희박하지만 그 소원이 이루어진다고 합니다.
Naturally. God, just seeing Faust pog off on the side of the screen.
그런 별도 있었나요?
우와, 그런 낮은 확률이 이루어진 건가요? 낭만적이네요.
아니, 그저 클리셰다.
God. Serious Hong Lu and smiling Ryoshu are all... It's all cursed.
자, 솔직히 고해할 시간을 주지. 어떤 멍청한 놈이 이따위 해괴망측한 소원을 빌어 이 꼬라지를 만들었나?
꼬라지가 좋지 않아. 미안하구려.
지금이라도 털어놓는다면 목숨을 3번 잃는 것으로 용서를.
I think I'm the one who made the wish. Yi-Song, I mean Otis.
관리자님이시란 말씀입니까?
I kind of muttered to myself about how I wished you guys would learn how to be in each other's shoes because everyone just refused to listen to me during our last hunt.
이제 어쩌시게요, 오티스 씨? 관리자님 목이라도 벨 건가요?
Having recovered from the initial shock, Ishmael, in Gregor's form, taunted Otis.
에이, 어떻게 그러겠어. 애초에 진짜 그것 때문이라는 보장도 없고.
Yeah, that's actually a detail I hadn't really noticed. Greg has an unlit cig. Either that or, you know, Greg is is Ishmael right now and is polite enough to not ruin her lungs.
근데 관리자 양반 진짜
Or
뭐
maybe he really just does it for the aesthetic.
저기요, 그레고르 씨, 제 몸으로
Okay,
담배 피우지
fair enough.
마시라고요.
It just hadn't gotten a light yet.
안 펴. 그냥 물고만 있는 거야. 불안해서.
Okay. Respectful Greg. We love Greg.
이왕 이렇게 된 거 앞으로 쭉 이렇게 살아가 보는 것도 나름의 운치가.
야, 돌았냐? 이 약골 도련님 같은 꼬라지로 사는 게 무슨 운치? 근육
늘었는데.
별 수 없군. 다 뒤, 그리고 시계 돌린다.
Let's kill each other and turn the clock. Lu was lighting the 11th cigarette of the day as she reached over her shoulder. Then, realizing her sword was no longer there, aggressively clicked her tongue. As aggressively as that could sound, anyway.
어이, 검 내놓도록.
How are you so comfortable with chain smoking in someone else's body?
저는 괜찮답니다. 그런데 이 검 잘 안 뽑히네요?
그 검 뽑을 거면 각오는 해라.
Holy shit. Angry Hong Lu. Ryoshu, in Hong Lu's appearance, muttered in a low, cold voice at Hong Lu, who, in Ryoshu's appearance, was trying to unsheath the sword.
나는 류슈한테 찬성.
Merso sweetly raised her hand.
알 것 같긴 한데 어느 쪽 류슈 씨요?
그야 지금 류슈지. 좀 더 이렇게 있지 그래? 뭔가 기분 전환도 되는 것 같고.
이상하네. 알 것 같았는데.
그것은 뒤바뀐 대상과의 상호 협력적인 동의가 필요하다.
왜? 메르는 내 몸으로 지내는 거 재미없어? 아, 그쪽도 로자라고 해야 하나? 이거 재밌다.
Oh man, there was a meme I was sent a while ago, and it was like comparing expressions between the sinners, and it was Ishmael after Canto 5, and all the like different expressions, you know, that she had, very expressive character, and then next to Merceau, who had like 4 different faces, you know? But now we have so many more Merceau faces.
재미의 문제가 아니다. 그저 합당하지 않은.
아니, 그래서 재미가 있냐고 없냐고.
How come I'm the only one who's taking this seriously? Just as my hold to sanity was slowly starting to slip, Don Quixote quietly walked up next to me.
단테. 우선 베르길리우스 씨와 면담하는 편이 나을 것 같군요.
I guess he's still back there, I muttered, looking at the bus's back door.
워낙 희박한 확률이라 여전히 확신할 수는 없지만 제 추측대로 유성이 이 현상의 원인이라면 당신의 능력으로도 이들을 돌이킬 수 없을지 모릅니다.
Uh-oh. What? So you're all just stuck like that forever?
공포스러운 예측을 하거나든 말씀하지 않으시는 것이 좋습니다.
I think she shuddered briefly.
일단 이 상태에서 저는 파우스트, 계절 샤프트에 접속할 수 없습니다.
R.I.P. You're not in the group chat anymore. Oh, so that's what Don Quixote meant with access denied earlier.
네, 그 신체의 정보를 데리러 얻어오게 시킬 수도 없는 상태죠. 그들이 뭐라 조롱할지 뻔히 보이는군요. 아마 수십 년이 지나도 그들은 이 일을 두고두고.
She's gonna get made fun of in the Faust group chat.
그리고 저는 그들의 조롱거리로 연구에 박제되는 것을 사양하고 싶군요. 그러니 빠른 상황 개선을 위해 제 판단을 들어주시는 것이 합당할 것입니다.
So you're primarily motivated by not wanting to get teased to all hell? Okay, fine. But I guess that's the only solution. Can you come with me to help translate?
다른 분을 알아보시죠, 단테.
She looks away. She appeared vehemently opposed to the idea of appearing before other people in her current form. Well then, Hong Lu, can you...
시태, 내가 그딴 걸 할 위인으로 보이나?
Sorry, I'm still all mixed up. I meant this Hong Lu?
네.
Yeah, let's go. That's when someone, all of a sudden, kicked the back door open with a loud thud. Literal equivalent of breaking into the group chat immediately, outing yourself. Yeah, no kidding.
Virgilius. Next to him was Caron. He brushed past the sinners, who had fallen completely silent in his presence, then slumped down on a seat at the front of the bus. He looks terribly irritated. Does he know what's going on? I guess not. He's not acting any differently from his usual self. I brought a Ryoshu to the front of the bus and began. Virgilius, I don't know if you're aware, but I'll be real and to the point. Something really bad's happened. It's a real mess out here. It's really, really bad.
단테님이 큰일이 났다고 말씀하시네요. 그게 좀 큰일에 진짜 큰일을 더한 만큼의 큰일인 것 같네요.
You see what I'm talking about, right? Just listen to the weird way Ryoshu's speaking. Like she's smiling when there aren't any dead bodies around.
바로 알 거라고 하시는데요. 근데 저 말투가 이상한가요?
Virgilius does not say a word. He stares at me in utter silence, as though to goad me to continue, or as though he's just as confused as I am about what's going on. But it also appeared as though he was trying to test me or something, so I began to ramble madly about everything that transpired since I woke up. So, where to begin? It's kind of my fault, maybe kind of. In a fit of frustration, I thought some stupid wish, or said some stupid wish, it doesn't matter, and a meteor fell, and the meteor was 250,000, something, and,
죄송해요, 단테님. 무슨 말씀인지.
Virgilius' expression remains unchanging. He looks at me with a gaze that is as bone-chilling as ever. But there was something different about him. Oh no. There's nothing excluding Virgilius from being a part of this chaos.
사탕 언제 줘?
Oh. No. Why are you doing this to me? Don't do this to me.
단테님?
버스 기사는 단 걸 먹어야 해. 사탕 없이는 부릉부릉 안 해. 버스 기사는 단 걸 먹. 사탕 없이는 부릉부릉 안 해.
Sorry, I just need that as a sound. I need Virgilius saying vroom vroom.
단테. 대체 어떤 기가 막힌 소원을 별에 대고 빌었길래 이딴 난장판이 벌어지는 겁니까?
It's the most expensive I've seen Caron.
그렇게 된 거군요. 혹시 사탕 갖고 오셨나요, 카로? 아니, 베르길리우스님?
I passed out. Sometime later.
왔다. 야, 어떻게 됐어? 돌아갈 방법 찾은 거냐? 단테, 홍루가 있지. 자꾸 죽살 하자고 말해서 말리느라 진땀 뺐다고.
이 월도로도 가능하다. 대신 일, 격, 필, 쌀은 불가.
나리, 이것 좀 보시게. 이만한 흰 머리칼이라면 지난번에 실패한 북부의 설원공주 코스프레를 높은 퀄리티로 해낼 수 있지 않겠는가? 허가할 수 없습니다.
아니, 그게 아니다. 더 가슴을 펴고 당당하게 배를 써서 외쳐라.
버러지 같은 것들.
더 크게.
You've been training Yi-song how to shout as you.
버러지. 못하겠어.
이 와중에도 꼭 그래야겠나요? 아, 단테. 그래서 베르길리우스 씨는 뭐라고 하셨나요? 너무 조용조용해서 못 들었거든요. 위에다가 보고해서 최대한 빠른 시일 내에 복구 방법을 강구하겠다 하셨겠죠? 예?
그건 힘들 것으로 보인다.
응? 아니, 왜 힘든데? 좀 구체적으로.
저걸 보세요. 베르길리우스 씨가 뭘 껴안고 있어요.
꼬미인가? 카런이 제일 아끼는 인형이지.
Does that explain things?
사탕 안 주면 꼬미가 가만 안 둬. 그렇게 말했어.
그게 무슨 소리냐? 가만 안 둔다니 무슨?
Yisong, be careful who you... Well, Otis as Yisong. Be careful who you try to pick a fight with. It might be Caron in there. We've seen what Virgilius is capable of. And now this is a Virgilius with questionable self-control.
오티스 양, 카론 양에게 그렇게 소리치는 것은 좋지 않소.
꼬미가 누군겐가? 어디 책에 나오는 악역인가?
가만 안 두기는. 야, 누가 누구한테 그딴 말을 해? 가만 안 두면 뭐 어쩔 건데? 그러지 마세요. 저희 그러다가 베르길리우스 씨랑 싸워야 할 수도.
Exactly. I'm with Sinclair here.
야, 너 내 얼굴로 말 3번 이상 더듬으면 죽여버린다.
관리자 날이 아무리 그래도 본인은 특색과의 결투는 피하고 싶네.
Oh. Calling it now. Virgilius, in the body of Caron, runs Fade on everybody on the entire bus. Nobody wins against Virgilius, even if he's stuck as Caron.
꼬미를 이루고 있는 주 성분은 면 7%, 합성 섬유 3%, 목화섬 90%이지만 실제 전투 상황에 놓였을 때의 물리력은 그저 솜방망이라고 단정지을 수는 없다. 특히 여러 번 꿰맨 흔적은 전투 경험이 적지 않다는 것을 뒷받침한다.
어머, 베르. 이렇게 보니까 너무 귀엽다.
돌. 번역. 모조리 해치우면 모조리 돌아온다고 하시네요.
아니! 왜 본인의 소중한 배지들을 모조리 뜯어내는 것인가? 전투 시 걸리적거립니다. 그게 무슨... 적어도 생채기가 안 나게 조심히...
Holy shit.
단테님이 앓는 소리를 내셔요. 이전엔 그런 적 없으셨는데.
어딘가 아픈 곳이 있는 것이오. 단테.
사탕 없는 거지.
I said Virgilius could run everyone's, could run the ones with everyone here, even as Caron. Caron can run the ones here on everybody as Virgilius too.
저 녀석 전투를 준비하는 모양새다.
What can we do?
방법이 그 외에는 없는지를 묻고 있네요. 단테가. 베르 길리우스. 알다시피 카로는 글라디우스의 사용법을 모른다. 전투 경험도 없다고 봐도 무방하지.
Tell me that polearm is just for show?
나의 몸이라고 한데 이것만으로 네 녀석들에게는 큰 메리트다. 쉽지는 않겠지만 나를 이겨볼 수도 있겠지. 다만 그런 일이 일어났더라도 이 일을 부풀려 붉은 시선을 이겼다느니 그런 머저리 같은 헛소리가 버스 안에 조금이라도 도는 낌새가 보인다면 그 대가를 똑똑히 치르게 해주겠다.
Yep, that's our Virgilius. Caron's eyes burned with a threatening aura. It was almost as though her eyes had turned red. I think I heard someone indignantly click their tongue, but we decided to disregard that.
꼬미 화났어. 버스 기사 파업이야.
아니, 진짜 이렇게 특색과 싸운다고요? 애초에 싸워서 뭐가 바뀐다고?
Yeah, exactly.
이봐, 지금 그렇게 앞뒤 따질 상황은 아닌 것 같은데.
Does anyone have a candy bar?
너희들 전원 하차.
Oh shit. Off the bus. Oh! Calling in for Julius. Prioritizes targets with candy. Oh. Song is okay. No, where's the candy? Gotcha. It's candy question mark. Oh no. Unbreakable coins. Give me a win rate. Oh fuck. Oh wait, they're all stanced up as they all have custom sprites and animations. Yeah, look at the poses. Yeah, yeah. Calm Quixote. Valiant Knight Faust. In Jam. Joust. Downward slash. Okay, so the skills are still named the same. No candy.
칼날이 짧군.
내가 숨겼지. 드라마에서 본 대사.
Thank you, Faust Quixote. You try, Don Faust.
그 정도 인원으로 역부족일 거라 생각하는데 말입니다.
아, 단테님. 네, 최선을 다해볼게요.
비슷했어?
Fellas, what are we doing? It's peak. It's peak. The devs know how to have a good time. Oh, Roji is a very casual character, but when she's in battle, she has her axe. But she doesn't have an axe, so how are we going to pose?
네, 관리자님. 비슷했어?
They have unique voice lines? Oh. I gotta... For posterity, if nothing else.
네, 관리자님. 비슷했어?
Let's see here. Yeah.
네, 관리자님. 비슷했어?
아, 단테님. 네, 최선을 다해볼게요. 웬만하면 원래대로 돌아가고 대화하시죠, 단테.
관리자 나리.
No line. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, we need to get Yi songs. Well, Otis's still. Let's go ahead and... Let's see here. Just gonna clash where we can, maybe. Alright, not Faust. You go there. Alright. Faust Quixote. You go there. Wait, they have their own egos still? And the other six? Yeah. Oh man, once they appear, if they appear. God, I hope they appear. It's all... Okay, it's all...
내가 숨겼지. 드라마에서 본 대사야.
Oh, fuck!
사탕한 종 승객.
그 자리에서 고깃덩이가 되지 않은 것이
아하,
가상하고
방망이처럼 휘두르는 게 편하군요.
두 명이 더 붙었나. 뭐
The ego swap? Yeah, yeah, they all have their character appropriate egos.
네, 관리자님.
불만시. 돼?
Oh, look at the little Sinclair Heathcliff. He's so unconfident holding his bat.
혹시 제가 뭔가 실수한 게 있나요, 관리자님?
And the sprites changed to say remember. That's so good. It's so Peem. Alright, we're just gonna run it one round in silence to also get some, Virgilius lines.
내가 숨겼지. 응, 드라마에서 본 대사야. 꼬미는 사탕 안 주는 승객 용서 안 해.
이거
있는 대로
생각보다 스트레스가
다
풀리는데요?
끌어와야 할 겁니다, 단테. 이 이상 지휘해본 적이 없다고 하더라도.
Alright, we got the full board. I'm just gonna go through everybody, just real quick.
네, 관리자님. 비슷했어?
전투에 지장은 없을 겁니다, 관리자님.
불만시 돼?
관리자 나리.
혹시 제가 뭔가 실수한 게 있나요, 관리자님?
Alright. These two are staggered, but we've already got their lines.
단테. 너무 그리 걱정스럽게 바라보지 않아도 괜찮소.
네, 듣고 있어요.
야, 시계. 이 자식 진짜 굳은 살이 꽤 잡혔는데?
관리자 양반. 뭘 들고 있는 게 영 안 익숙하네.
Alright, and we'll give it one run through in case of any unique combat lines. Just because I know Sinclair had like a unique upheaval animation at least.
내가 숨겼지. 응, 드라마에서 본 대사야.
핫!
주머니에서
Fucking
사탕
her so
나오면
much.
하나에 한 대씩.
꽉
It's actually crazy how much effort they put into this. Like, they have unique poses,
네,
unique
관리자님.
animations, and unique voice lines for
비슷했어?
these alternate versions of the characters that will only exist for this week. And that is unbelievably hilarious. I absolutely adore this. Also, that's a new skill. I'm about to get absolutely ran for my candy. We're going to go ahead and do one more round since that's a new skill. Kakomi's angry.
내가 숨겼지. 응, 드라마에서 본 대사야.
자, 하.
응?
꼬미 강해. 사탕 안 주면 건나. 꿈이 강해. 사탕을 주면 건나.
아,
이제
난장판을
Oh, what
질렸어.
the hell is this?
매피, 문 열어.
어떻습니까? 꿈이에게 당한 소감은?
All right, we're turning on sound effects at the very least. I have to see what this sounds like.
부릉부릉.
Karan's ultimate move is hitting you with the bus. The very tactic from the start of the game. That was the ultimate weapon. Panther, Lion, fuck, I can't remember all their names, but they were fucking jumping Dante. What's the ultimate weapon? Sinners all got laid out. Bus. Bus 1. Oh, that's amazing, chat. Yeah, there you go. So if you need the sound bites for any of those attacks or the little voice lines later, it'll be in this VOD. We have done our community service. We have saved it for posterity. Where? I recall Mephistopheles rushing towards us at a speed that would have definitely crushed our bones, but... Turn the music on? Okay.
뭐야 시계 대가리? 왜 이렇게 꾀꾀거려? 또 머리 터질 것 같냐?
Heathcliff! Heathcliff, it's you, right?
뭐야? 뭔데 이리 징그럽게? 저리 안 가?
He is Heathcliff!
관리자님, 깨어나셨네요. 한참을 안 일어나셔서 다들 걱정했어요.
대만철.
태연만 잘 돌아가면 그만이라고 하시네요.
파우스트 양이 이상이 없다는 소견을 내어주기 전까지는 다들 걱정이 많았어, 단테.
맞아. 이대로 영원히 자는 줄 알았다고.
단테님, 시침이 유난히 바르르 떠는 것 같은데요? 괜찮으신가요?
이거 호헨하임 씨에게 한번 검사해달라고 해야 하는 거 아니에요?
파우스트가 이미 조치를 마쳤습니다. 그자가 아니어도 충분히 해결할 수 있을 것 같습니다만.
관리자 나리 미처 그대에게 뒤파패를 예상하지 못했네. 본인이 소홀했어.
We love Dawn.
기존보다 관리자님의 위치를 더 후방으로 배치하는 것이 후일의 위험 요소를 배제할 수 있을 것 같다.
그래. 너무 적극적으로 해도 다쳐 관리자 양반. 쉬엄쉬엄 하자고.
이 오티스의 불찰이 매우 큽니다. 제가 이렇게 허리를 숙일 테니.
Guys, I think I like us exactly as we are right now.
감격한 듯한 째각거림이군요, 단테. 저로서는 시침과 분침을 씁쓸한 마음으로 떼어내지 않을 수 있어 다행이긴 합니다.
Once this tearful reunion was complete, I stepped off the bus to do some stretches.
별은 언제나 반짝반짝.
Literal case of be careful what you wish for? Yeah, no kidding.
내 피도 별처럼 반짝반짝.
I turned around to see Caron busily cleaning the bus, as always. Caron. I don't know where she got it. She was happily sucking on a candy. I wanted to ask her if Virgilius had given it to her, but there wasn't anyone around to be a translator for me. I decided to return my gaze towards the night sky.
그래서 카론 말했잖아.
What?
소원은 신중히 무르기 없다고.
What? Huh? Her odd comment lingered there for a while.
But the night sky held its silence, a quiet protest of innocence. Oh, is that not an intended quotation mark there? I'll forgive them a bug in this. They've already put so much work into it.
구태여 만들진
Rewards
않지만
acquired. Kokomi's
함께는 별을
gift.
관측하는 걸
Open to
즐기곤
receive
했어요.
401 free lunacy. It's like waking from the strangest dream. It's Kokomi's Spring Night's apology gift, probably from beating the crap out of us with those plush fists. Kokomi says, "See you later." Oh. I can't open it? Yeah, same. That is staying in the account forever. Because there's no way you get a second one. There's no way that you can open that and then go get another to have for your account. Yeah, no. That will always remain. I cannot bring myself to open that. Also, it's weird. I don't have any Craig shards now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I don't have any Rhodia either. It's my treasure now? Exactly. Exactly, Ori. You get it. You understand. It must be held on to. That is a precious item. A core memory. Also, we have some new words. Is there anyone among my blank who knows the answers? I don't think there's anything wrong with wishing vroom vroom for everyone. You do not know of our vroom vroom. There was once a time when I believed in the greatness of vroom vrooms. Can you join us in this eternal vroom vroom? Didn't you know vroom vroom are nocturnal? Viewers, that's you guys! Safety, thirst, hemobar, parade, and hairs. Cool. Hell yeah, dude. Alright. It was worth it, chat. That was pretty good. I cannot deny. But I'm going to be responsible. I said I was gonna stop at this point because I need to try and handle my sleep schedule. So anyway, it's almost midnight again anyway. But yeah, it was so worth it. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. But for the time being, I'm wrapping this one up here. So take it easy, everybody. Have a good one.